All right, welcome everyone. It is Tuesday, June 6th, 2023. I appreciate everybody being with us tonight. Thank you for coming. We've got quite a bit of business to get to tonight, so I'll ask for everybody's silence and attention. Thank you, friends. I appreciate it. I know everybody's got good home training. All right, we have a handful of things that we will be receiving some public input on, and I'll be describing that in just a minute. We do need to go ahead and have a roll call, and so I'm going to ask Sarah George, asking his clerk to call roll for us.
Davenport.
Here.
Link. Here. Taylor. Here. Wright.
Present.
Fisher.
Here.
Huel.
Here.
Culpepper.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thanks everyone. All right, first order of business is approval of the minutes from meetings that have occurred since the voting meeting in May. Do I hear a motion for such minutes?
I motion to approve. You're going to have a presentation.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor. I've got a second from Commissioner Myers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Madam Clerk, any communications tonight?
No, there are none.
All right, great. All right, I'm going to read our civility pledge as we always do, and then we have two recognitions. We, along with many dozens of cities across the state, have adopted the civility pledge that was promoted by the Georgia Municipal Association, and that reads that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness. We value all input, and we commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. So I appreciate that from members of this body, members of the public alike. So I'm going to relocate very briefly so that we can make two presentations. All right. Let's see. Chief Salter's here. Chief, come on down. And Sergeant Amanda Blair in the house as well. Good to see you. Great to see you. All right, so we've got a couple of recognitions pertinent to the police department. And the first one is my great honor to share, and that regards Sergeant Amanda Blair, who's here with us, who has been named President of the Georgia Association of Women in Public Safety. Sergeant Blair's appointment. Sergeant Blair's appointment to this prestigious position is a testament to her skill, dedication, and outstanding contributions to the field of public safety. Since the Georgia Association of Women in Public Safety has had its inception in 2015, Sergeant Blair's tireless efforts have not only elevated the association, but have also empowered countless women in our community and our state who aspire to make a difference in public safety. In recognition of her exceptional leadership and unwavering dedication, Sergeant Blair has also been awarded the prestigious President's Leadership Award from the Georgia Association of Women in Public Safety. This accolade serves as a testament to her exceptional abilities, her unparalleled passion, and her relentless pursuit of excellence. So let's give her another round of applause. Chief, let's get a photograph of Sergeant Blair. Josh, you can do the honors for us? All right. One, two, three. One more. All right, thank you. All right, great work. Thank you. I'm also honored tonight to be here with members of the Community Police Academy's spring class. The Community Police Academy is an initiative that allows citizens to gain up-close and personal insights into the daily duties of our Athens-Clarke County Police Department. It provides an invaluable opportunity to witness firsthand the dedication, professionalism, and courage demonstrated by our men and women in uniform. Through it, we strive to build stronger community relations. Participants of our recent class include Commissioners Fisher, Taylor, and Wright, and have all shown tremendous enthusiasm and commitment throughout the program. Over the course of several weeks, participants engaged in workshops and interactive sessions, which have provided them with a better understanding of the challenges and responsibilities faced by ACCPD. We commend all of your dedication and willingness to invest your time and energy into learning about the great work our officers do in the community. If members of the class, please come up. We'll go ahead and take a picture together. As they're coming up, everybody please give them a round of applause. All right, everybody. All right, I think Josh is going to stand on the desk. Okay, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent. All right, great work. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. All right, everyone. We are going to have tonight several opportunities for public input. Rules of public input are the same for each of our opportunities. Public input opportunities are for 3 minutes on every section. You're going to see a light in front of Sarah George. It will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time is at its conclusion. While you may feel favorably or unfavorably about any comments you hear, please listen to those comments silently, because we got a lot of folks and we want to be able to move through it and not sit here until 5 in the morning like some of our neighboring cities around the state. So, first will be public hearing on the budget. We will then have public input on the consent agenda and appointments. We'll follow that by public input on the planning and zoning items. Then we'll have public input on old and new business. And then at the conclusion of the meeting, whenever that should be, we will have public input on any item that was not on tonight's agenda to which you would like to speak. So, I do believe we're going to go ahead and conduct a public hearing first on budget for FY24. So if you would like to quietly assemble at the microphone in line, we would be glad to hear about any input that you would like to have on the budget for FY24. Good evening. How are you doing?
Good morning. I mean, good evening. I'm Timmy Conley of 635 Pulaski Street. So, good evening, Mayor Garretts and Commissioners. On behalf of the Wild Rumpus Parade and Spectacle and the other organizers of Athens Special Events Panel, I'm just here to express our gratitude for the seriousness with which you all listened and responded to our proposal for greater support for funding through Athens events through the ADDA. So at this time, it looks like we're looking really great, which is fantastic. Personally, I can't wait to put this into action, and I know that the other organizers are equally excited as me. So I feel it's going to be great for our town's vitality, and I predict it will have very positive reverberations for Athens on many levels. So you've seen what we've done with the Wild Rumpus on a shoestring budget, so this is going to take it to the next level. I wanted to share with you some statistics we collected through a survey we put out to get some public opinion on the special events and the funding that was in question. So I figure it would be better to conduct a survey rather than asking 100 people to come down here and comment with us. Thank you. But so the survey we put out had over 400 responses from the community at large. It was an online survey. And here are 3 of the questions. How important are Athens special events to the culture of Athens? on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being none and 5 being critical, 80% said 5, critical. How important are Athens special events to Athens downtown economy? Again, the same scale of 1 to 5. 74% of responders said 5, critical to the downtown economy. And then after explaining our proposal for the $250,000 and the context with which it sits, we asked, do you support this additional funding provided by the city for downtown events? 91.7% of responders said yes. So then additionally, there were 149 written comments showing the kind of public perspectives that we hear all year long. So I've shared the survey with all of y'all by email, and I recommend or encourage you to read those so that you'll hear what we hear. Lastly, I just want to make the point that this is not a one-time ask. We need this funding to be recurring. So on that note, we appreciate you taking the steps to ensure sustainability, and beyond that, to plan for growth of the funding to meet future needs. Again, just here to express our gratitude mostly, and thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm Iva King, and I live at 103 Woodhaven Place. My husband and I moved here about 10 years ago, and other than my college years, I've never really lived in a city. So shortly after moving to Athens, I realized I really like this. It's cool. And one of the things that I love the most about Athens was the progressive government and the progressive programs that you have. So with some of you, and also I should say, I've never become very involved in politics or this type of thing before I moved to Athens. And as several of you know, I've kind of gotten active lately. And one of the things that I've really have been trying to advocate for is more progressive policies, which led me to look at the Athens-Clarke County budget. Now, I have to tell you, I am not a numbers person. A lot of people will tell you that too. It's just not my thing. So trying to compare your many budgets and the different possibilities kind of made me cross-eyed. So I'm not going to talk about budget details. Instead, I'd like to talk a little bit about the big picture. To be a progressive government requires strong, dedicated staff and programs, and that requires an adequate amount of funding. So I want to urge you to adopt Commissioner Houle and Meyer's proposal, which does not change the millage a lot. As a homeowner, the larger millage change proposed by Commissioners Hamby, Fisher, and Culpepper won't really affect our taxes very much. It will, however, drastically change the revenue that comes in for Athens-Clarke County. So I would urge you to not change the millage that much, please.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alice Willman. I live at 243 Sunset Drive, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Athens Reparations Action. We are a nonprofit that is basically focused on picking up where y'all left off with the Linnentown resolution, like the piece that y'all couldn't do. So we are working in the community to raise money to make direct payments to the first descendants, living descendants of the Linnentown community. And so as part of our work, we're helping to raise awareness and make sure that the story of Linnentown is heard and known in this community. So we're very grateful and happy to see that the Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures is funded in both budget proposals. Thank you for doing that. It's so important in our community. We also think it's important, and we know it's important, to make sure that that the Linnentowns of today are avoided, right? We want to make sure that we are addressing today's Linnentowns. So we want to please ask you to keep money for homeless services. Happy to see that RFP for affordable housing in your budget, and slated to be approved, but also we need money for homeless services and to make sure that people are not losing their homes today. So thank you very much, and hope you'll keep those priorities.
Thank you, Alice. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Olive. I live at 135 Gibbons Way in Athens, Georgia. I've been a resident here for 37 years. I'm here also as a the treasurer of Athens Anti-Discrimination Movement, and a member of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Athens Social Action Committee. I'm really hoping that you will vote in favor of the more equitable and fiscally responsible budget that is proposed by Commissioners Hall and Myers. And this is the reason why. I've got my tax assessment here, this year's. Okay, my home, I was surprised. Wow, it increased from 271,000 to 322,000. Okay, now when I am a numbers person. So when you take the 40% of that, you take the 25,000 homestead exemption off, my taxable value is 103,962. And I worked out what the difference would be between the two budgets, the 0.75 mil reduction or the 0.3 reduction. The difference, my fellow members of the community, for me, in a $322,000 home, is $47 a year. And believe me, I am willing to pay that $47 so that we have a sustainable, progressive Athens for the future, not just for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate everybody being favorable towards some of the comments, but we want to hear everybody, so we're just going to go ahead and continue to hear folks. Good evening.
My name is Blake Tanner. I live on Featherwood Court in District 9. I've been a homeowner and a property taxpayer in Athens-Clarke County for more than 30 years. In the previous agenda-setting meeting, I watched many fellow homeowners demanding a reduction in the millage rate, and they expressed shock and anger that their houses have been appraised for far more value than they expected, which led to higher tax bills. My message to them is, welcome to the housing shortage crisis. You'll be surprised, you've been here all along. The shortage of housing is the root of many of our problems in this county. In some cases, rent has doubled over the last 5 years. My property's almost doubled in value since 2017. The prices for owning and renting has become prohibitively expensive for a lot of folks. People are moving out of the county to find more affordable housing. We're in danger of pushing out the artists, the musicians, the service industry workers, UGA employees, teachers, and everyone else that makes this town special. And now the tax bills for homeowners reflect this spike in valuation. I understand the urge to try and obtain relief from this, but lowering the millage rate is not the answer. Several of the commenters noted the conditions of the roads are not up to their standards. Well, it takes a lot of money to repair those roads. It takes a lot of money to pay the workers that repair those roads. In fact, it takes a lot of money to pay the county employees that are supporting all the work behind those roads. The cost of materials and labor is on the rise, and it's our tax dollars that have to pay for that. The solution is creating more housing. More housing will stop the rise of house and rent prices climbing, thus stopping the climb of all of our tax bills. This commission has been working for some time now to rework our zoning along with other measures to address this issue, and I applaud them for the work. It's hard work. However, we need to do this faster. We need to make some sacrifices if we're going to solve the housing crisis. Here are a couple of things that might help. Except that ADUs are going to happen in areas where homeowners are going to object. They're going to get mad. When I moved here in 1991, it was common to hear people claim that it was cheaper to live here than in Iraq. A lot safer at the time as well. You could regularly find a room in a house or an ADU for $150 a month. The increase in density that you could provide with ADUs would provide hundreds of apartments in a short amount of time. Find some courage and make that happen. And secondly, ditch Ordinance 91518, which states that no more than two unrelated people could live in a house in the same home that is a single-zoned family. This ordinance, which was crafted to push students out of rentals in single-family neighborhoods, was a smashing success to the extent that it closed off housing to non-traditional families and students. Its bias against multiple people pooling their resources together is just making this much harder.
Thank you, Blake.
I just urge you to leave the millage rate alone.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am Hope Eigelhart. I live at 237 North Church Street here in the great city of Athens, Georgia. I'm here in support of Hattie Whitehead and thanking you for supporting the Athens Justice and Memory Affordable Housing RFP. In addition, I want to advocate and make sure that adequate funding is budgeted and in place for the Center of Racial Justice and Black Futures, and that this center will be a beacon of hope for the shared history of Athens and will be a great addition to the Athens tourism and a positive place for our youth and their development. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Don Woolsey. I live on 395 River Road, and I would like the millage rate to be decreased as little as possible. The way the millage rate decreases can be paid for, the larger millage rate decrease, is from use of funds from the fund balancing budget, from ARPA, and from the larger revenue that we expected. These are only temporary funds that we have. These are not going to be going on forever. However, they're going to be used to pay for recurring expenses. I don't think this is financially responsible or sustainable for the long-term future of our community. Having this possible future where we have a deficit because of these revenue streams have gone out, and we have less revenue because of the large millage rate decrease, means that we're going to have a deficit and people are going to want to start cutting services. It also means that we possibly won't be able to make good investments or have more funding for special events like Wild Rumpus or fund more eviction protection programs. It means all these things are on the chopping block of getting cut if we have less revenue in the future. So for these reasons, I really urge you to not adopt the 0.75 or the large millage rate decrease and instead do as small of the millage rate decrease as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Miguel Méndez. I'm from Athens. Tengo un negocio y estoy aquí para apoyar a los bomberos, to support the fire department. Además, sirvo como chaplain a la comunidad y pienso que no necesitamos que las boletas de votación sean traducidas. Pienso que ese dinero se podría usar mejor en proveer clases de ESL o inglés a la comunidad hispana. Gracias.
Thank you, Miguel. Good evening.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Fernández, vivo en Athens, soy ministra chaplain, sirvo a la comunidad hispana y estoy aquí para apoyar a los bomberos porque pienso que es necesario que tengan los fondos suficientes para que puedan servir a la comunidad hispana. También estoy aquí porque no estoy de acuerdo para que los volantes que son para traducidos en español para que la población hispana vote, no estoy de acuerdo porque no queremos ser carga para esta nación. Yo estoy de acuerdo que si hay fondos suficientes se puedan hacer los fondos para clases de inglés y así los hispanos poderlos desarrollar en esta nación y no ser carga para esta nación. Como dueña de negocio tengo restaurante y soy la presidenta de la organización Comunidad Hispana Latinos en USA. Gracias.
Gracias, Maria. Good evening.
Good evening. May you hand this out to the commissioners and the mayor, please? This is my friend Esmeralda. Citizen of the U.S. Bilingual.
Good
Right?
evening.
To be able to vote in the local, state, and national elections, you must first be a citizen. As a legal resident, you must first pass a citizenship test in English to become a citizen. It is not an easy test. If you can pass this test, you can read a ballot. Someone in the Board of Elections, without asking the Spanish community or doing any surveys to see if this is needed or wanted, has determined it is needed. The Spanish community has had a relatively good turnout in Athens, considering there have been no translated materials or translators at any important forums, town hall meetings, or even here in City Hall, as you've heard. I've gone to too many important events and have seen virtually no Hispanic presence, and yet the turnout is there. So I ask myself, why now is this translation needed and just for ballots? Maria and Miguel spoke in Spanish. How many of you understood? You can Google translate their titles, but you wouldn't know what they stand for or what they said. And if I translate to you what each has said, if I like Maria over Miguel, my translation will favor Maria. And I will sway your opinion for mine. Not fair to Miguel, right? Forgot my glasses. That is why if we want better voter turnout from the Hispanic community, it will come from involvement by the legal citizens who, if are not proficient in English, will always be dependent on a translator or translations. The Hispanics that are present here are residents working on their pathway to citizenship and have businesses. They have paid their own way to English classes. Miguel, by the way, speaks English already, as you've heard. They do not want the Board of Elections to make them look like they are a burden to society and their resources. They are a proud group who understand they can learn the language eventually. If you can figure out their titles by Google Translate, so can they. If you have already allotted that money to go for the Hispanic community, then let it go for something that would be more effective, like ESL classes. I'm not advocating for tax dollars for ESL classes. All I'm saying is if the money is going to be spent on the Hispanic community, then let it be for something that truly will make a difference. This lack of understanding of language paves the way for a situation that is currently happening right now. There is a community leader under your payroll that is fear-mongering the non-English speaking Spanish community by telling them that the police are doing checkpoints for the purpose of arresting those that haven't gotten their resident status yet. This person is on your payroll. As other community leaders who are speaking on behalf of other communities but are acting out of self-interest and self-agendas, no to community leader contract renewals. A better system must be created because there exists no way to measure the effectiveness of this program. The community is currently not being heard, even though these leaders claim they are doing their job.
Thank you, Mara.
Please look into that. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, can I get clarification on, are we doing old and new business, or is this still the
Right
budget?
now, just doing Taxpayer Bill of Rights.
That's what I thought. Okay, just want to make sure. So I am here to speak in favor of the budget proposal that is put forward by Commissioners Houle and Myers, that has a modest millage rate decrease, which I think is responsive to the community and to the driving assessments that have been happening. But I think it's also a more responsible budget, as it does save more of the ARPA funding for some of those special needs that, when ARPA was actually distributed, was supposed to be used for, and that this commission committed themselves to focusing on. And I think this because one of the reasons is because there is quite a large homestead exemption that was passed, now the largest in the state, that all homeowners in Athens-Clarke County that reside in their home have the benefit of using, and definitely urge people to use that, along with the low-income homestead exemption that's also in place. I can say personally for my own home, because of the increase in the homestead exemption, my property taxes went down slightly compared to last year. And I still, though, even with that happening, I still want to make sure that our tax dollars are being used towards the common good that we need. And I also will say that if we are concerned about rising spending, government spending, one of the things we need to be focusing on is building density. It is much, vastly more expensive to deliver services such as water, sewer, and stormwater when you have a neighborhood, say, of 50 houses all spread out in their own lots, compared to if you have an apartment building, one building that could have 50 different units in it that has all of those things delivered to it. It is vastly cheaper. You also look, there's studies here, amazingly, exponentially larger. So if we're actually concerned about these increased costs and the increased costs for us providing services, we need to be embracing density. And I know some of this commission have not been willing to embrace that. But if you want to, again, if you want to be a fiscal conservancy is something that is important to you, density falls in line with those same priorities. And with that, I will go, but before I do, because I won't be around to say it, Firefighters Union, please support them, and appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I appreciate you may have some opinions, but we just want to hear folks who are at the mic right now. So good evening.
Hi, Joan Roden. I'm here for a neighbor. I will read her statement. Before I do, I want to go on record for thanking the person that gave us that homestead exemption increase, which was our representative, Houston Gaines. Yay, Houston. As a longtime property owner in Clarke County, I'm writing to express concern over some commission members disregarding or trivializing the effect on homeowners of retaining the current millage rate on property owners or only reducing it by a token amount. The escalating home values may be a boon for folks desiring to sell their property, but those of us just trying to afford to stay in our homes, these escalating property taxes can be detrimental. The Commission's failure to significantly reduce the millage rate, considering the escalating property appraisals, will further impact homeowners who are still recovering from last year's hike. Another increase on top of last year's increase is making it even more difficult for homeowners, especially seniors on a fixed income. Property owners are already having to cope with the escalating cost of fuel, utilities, food, and homeowners insurance. I find it troubling that a commission whose members decided that they needed more money for their living expenses could effectively vote to double their salary while expecting the rest of us to live within their means. When we can't afford something, we're expected to do without. Nice to haves are the first things that must be sacrificed in order to cover the necessities. When our expenses exceed our income, we're expected to cut some of our expenses. On the other hand, when the Commission's desired expenditures exceed the available resources, they simply use the power of their office to reach into the pockets of homeowners and businesses and take what they want. How is it that citizens are expected to absorb escalating costs of living by reducing their expenses, but the Commission is exempt from doing the same? It is particularly egregious to listen to Commissioner Hoole's media events espousing more tax increases while bragging about the bumper year of county tax collections and yet still insisting further burdening property owners is necessary to fund his social agenda. The tax and spend public policy agenda is irresponsible and a betrayal of the Commission's fiduciary responsibility to its citizenry. Public monies belong to the public, who generated them, not the elected government. They are meant to be used responsibly to meet the actual needs first, and then the desires of the community that generated them. Public monies were never intended to be a slush fund that caters to the pet projects of individual commissioners. I applaud Commissioner Hamby's efforts to speak up for the community members who are being squeezed by a local government addicted to spending other people's money. It is my hope that you will make your voice heard as an advocate for those you represent who are growing weary of sacrificing and cutting their family budgets to accommodate commissioners who are addicted to spending other folks'
Thank you, Joan.
income.
Good evening. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name's Joseph Kellner. I live at 111 Kendine Street. And I want to speak both on the budget question. I want to thank Commissioners Myers and Hoole for their work on a budget that continues to support the excellent services and the excellent programs this city government has. I think that there's a vastly overstated fear of tax rises. When, as we've seen several times tonight, we're talking about, a $500,000 home, you're going to pay some $200 something in taxes. These numbers are very small. The number $47 we heard earlier. And what we get for this money is a well-funded government that can actually pursue progressive policies that can actually build the kind of city that we want to live in. So I think it's a no-brainer to support the lower cut to the millage. I'm also not able to stay for the whole meeting today, and so I want to speak very enthusiastically in favor of the firefighters union. Firefighters deserve a seat at the table. All workers deserve a seat at the table. And although we are not able to guarantee union representation for all public sector workers, we have a chance here to stand out again as a progressive town that takes care of its workers and that allows workers to speak directly to their needs. So I urge everyone on the commission to support the firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. Everybody, just listen, please. Appreciate it. All right, we have tonight a couple of things that, quick.
Yeah, Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295, Athens, Georgia, 30603. Wanted to come speak briefly. Ms. Hattie Whitehead, she was here earlier. She just wanted me to express the thanks for the commission for including the Justice for Black Future Center in both budgets, as well as the RFP for the Affordable Housing Initiative. Definitely want to say thanks to that as well. And I also want to express my gratitude. I wasn't able to make the special call session on May the 16th, where you voted to approve the funding for the Juneteenth event. I want to express my gratitude for having an opportunity to service the community in those ways through my neighborhood leadership role. Looking forward to a great event. I want to invite everybody out to come and celebrate emancipation for those formerly enslaved people. Freedom for everybody is something that we should celebrate, so that's when those formerly enslaved people receive their freedom, and we need to celebrate it as a community. I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion for later, and just wanted to say that real quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a item of business I need to ask the commission to do. We have one item that we need to add to the agenda, so I do need a motion from the commission to amend the agenda to include the North Avenue Raise Grant Preliminary Engineering and Design Services Contract Award. That would be at the conclusion of old and new business. Could I have a motion to add that?
Do we need to suspend?
This is just to modify the
Just to add,
agenda.
since we're having the meeting. So moved.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Link to modify the agenda to that effect. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next order of public input are those consent agenda items 1 through 18, along with appointments and the accompanying ordinance, which is 19. So if anybody's here to speak to either the consent agenda or item 19, 1 through 19, now is that time. All right. I do need a motion from Commissioner to support the consent agenda. This is items 1 through 18. Do I hear such a motion?
So move.
Is there a second? All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Taylor. Attorney Drake, can you read any ordinances associated with those, please?
Yes, there's four ordinances connected with the consent agenda, items 1 through 4. Item 1, an ordinance to amend the FY2023 operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the congressionally directed spending for expenses related to real-time crime center, RTTC software, crime analysts, and event public safety equipment, and for other purposes. Item number 2, an ordinance to amend the FY2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded to the police department from the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services Hiring Program Grant, and for other purposes. Item number 3, an ordinance to amend the FY2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Community Policing Development Microgrants Program for Lucas devices, automated external defibrillators, and related community engagement and outreach, and for other purposes. Item number 4, an ordinance to amend the FY2023 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for expenses related to costs in providing animals with medical care, including medical services and medical supplies and animal care maintenance in the Animal Services Department, and for other purposes. And are y'all voting on item 19 now, Mr. Mayor?
We're going to do that as a separate agenda.
Okay, all right.
All right, so we have those ordinances read. We have a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries, so the consent agenda is approved. Item 19 is something we do every 2 years, and this is appointments for charter officers and municipal court judge and administrative hearing officer. And so I am here to make the following nominations for charter officers and municipal court judge and administrative hearing officer. For manager, I nominate Blaine Williams for a 2-year appointment. For county attorney, Judd Drake for a 2-year appointment. For internal auditor, Gavin Hassemer for a 2-year appointment. For municipal court judge, Marcy Jollis, and alongside that, administrative hearing officer, Marcy Jollis. The term of the municipal court judge / administrative hearing officer shall be effective June 26th rather than July 1, when the term of the remaining charter officers will begin. I request you approve these nominations and authorize me to execute renewals of the employment agreements for the manager and county attorney and new employment agreements for the internal auditor and municipal court judge and administrative hearing officer, subject to each officer being required to sign an employment agreement to confirm acceptance of their appointment. I also nominate Bill Berryman to serve as the personnel hearing officer for the unified government and request you approve that nomination. So do I hear a motion to such an effect?
So moved. Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport. I have a second from Commissioner Hool. Commissioner Davenport, any comments as motioner?
Go forth and do good work.
Commissioner Hool?
I did have one quick question. Do we also need to affirm our clerk in this vote as well?
I think the clerk is done as part of the budget.
Okay. So we
Yeah,
need to
so the clerk is actually differently situated in the charter.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll just use this opportunity to both thank Attorney Drake and Manager Williams for working so hard, and hopefully also encourage them to take some time off while we're on recess, which would be well-deserved and would be a good reflection for what we'd like to see all of our staff do to not get too burned out. But really, all have done amazing work in especially tough times, juggling an unprecedented, huge quantity of projects. And I also, I was on the interview committee for one of the two people that we're newly appointing, our new municipal court judge, Marcy Jollis. I wanted to congratulate her for coming on board into this role, and also to welcome Gavin Hassemer into the auditor. I expect that both of them are going to do a fantastic job.
Commissioner Wright?
I want to thank our charter officers, our current ones. Thank you for allowing us to give you 2 more years with us. And I appreciate your hard work. We don't say thank you enough, but it is never ending, and I hope that next year we can pace ourselves for all of our health and well-being better, and I look forward to us having 2 new charter officers as well. And then also with our clerk, Jean Spratlin's renewal in the budget process, not to be forgotten. Thank you, Commissioner Hull, for pointing that out so that we didn't leave her out as well. And Sarah, thank you for sitting in.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think I've got Commissioner Thornton on the line.
Yes, I just wanted to also thank our constitutional officers. I want to thank a special thank you to Blaine Williams, our county manager. He gave me a private interview yesterday, and because I wasn't able to make the group interview. And one thing I think we all walked away with, for me, and I needed to hear that, we all are doing our best, or we should be doing our best. And sometimes when things get slippery, we just kind of fix it or acknowledge it. I think in the future, for me, I feel like I have a more open relation. Even my interview with the attorney, it's just not enough to talk about just the good things, but where do we need to improve it also? And I do think it's a big spirit, a bold person that can have that conversation. And I found that with our attorney, and unfortunately those were the only 2 I was able to interview, but I found that with the attorney and our county manager, and I want to thank everyone, but especially thank y'all for putting up with me.
Commissioner Myers.
Yes, I just wanted to say a quick thank you as well.
I spent my career in higher education with a lot of people with a lot of degrees and a lot of people in different leadership roles, and I am endlessly appreciative and amazed by the work that our staff does, our clerk Spratlin, who's not here this evening, but our attorney, Judge Drake, our attorney Drake, and our county manager, Blaine Williams. They are just professional to no end. I congratulate our new judge, Marcy Jollis, and welcome Gavin Hessmer to the auditor's position. We have a wonderful team here and are very fortunate in Clark County.
Anyone else before I return to Commissioner Houle? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to add, I won't list any names, but we did have a number of very well-qualified applicants to both of the vacancies that we're filling in this. And I just want to thank them for applying and encourage them to keep an ear to the ground for the future, because we had to make some tough decisions to arrive here. And I really hope those folks, they know who they are, will stick around, and I look forward to seeing them again in the future.
All right. I really appreciate the hard work that everybody does for this government. It takes a lot of work. We know where the labor market is, no matter what line of work you're in these days. Everybody's bringing lots of effort to the table, and I appreciate in particular these officers who we're reappointing in the case of Blaine and Judd, and newly appointing in the case of Marcy and Gavin. We've got a very solid team, and I'm so glad that, to Commissioner Houle's point, that in a town full of very bright, creative people, that these folks have stepped up. So we've got an ordinance to read regarding this. Judd, I'll turn to you to do that.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to term of office of the municipal court judge and for other purposes. And this is just to allow Marcy's term, Judge Jolly's term, to begin on June 26 rather than July 1, which is what the other terms will begin, because we need to get someone in that position.
All right, that everything?
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Marcy, congratulations. Blaine, congratulations. Judd, congratulations. We really appreciate your work. Thank you. Very excited to have you here. Gavin is on vacation. We know he's having a good time. All right, we have 3 planning and zoning items tonight. And
Mr. Mayor, since our new municipal court judge is in the audience, might we invite her to just say a couple words so people can see her face in this meeting and know who they're about to see in the courtroom?
be very glad to, Commissioner. Marcy, do you mind? Thank you so much, everybody. Marcy Jollis, now municipal court judge for Athens-Clarke County.
Thank you. I just wanted, Marcy Jollis, I'm a citizen of Athens-Clarke County for the last 31 years. Wanted to thank the mayor and commission for the opportunity to be municipal court judge. I'm looking forward to serving the community and citizens of Athens-Clarke County and other visitors that we have to municipal court. I'd also like to thank my family and friends and municipal court, clerk of court, and staff for being here tonight. So, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to the time ahead. Everybody go visit municipal court. You will have an entertaining time. All right, we have 3 planning and zoning items tonight. We have separate public hearings on each one, and then separate deliberations. The first of these 3 is item 20 regarding 540 Baxter Street. Rules of public input are the same as previously described, the 3-minute opportunity. Is anyone here to speak to 540 Baxter Street? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brett Thurman at 330 Research Drive, Athens, Georgia, and I represent the owners of 540 Baxter Street as well as the potential purchasers. At this time, the group has decided that we would prefer that we withdraw this application before you tonight, and we would respectfully request that you accede to those wishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else here to speak to 540 Baxter Street? All right, we'll go ahead and move to deliberations regarding this item, and this is in your district, Commissioner Wright. Would you like to make a motion at this time?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to grant the applicant's request to withdraw this, and I hope that you guys will support that as well.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Wright has made a motion to permit withdrawal. Commissioner Hamby has seconded. Any further input on this item?
I'll read the ordinance real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development located at 540 Baxter Street in the CGPD Commercial General Plan Development District and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? All right, item stands as withdrawn. All right, second item tonight is 4075 to 4079 Barnett Shoals Road. Is there anyone here tonight to speak to this item?
Back again. Brett Thurman, 330 Research Drive, Athens, Georgia. I represent all the owners in this planned development. There's 3 current lots, and they all agree that they would wish to have the rearmost lot subdivided to allow 4 lots in this planned development so that a daughter of the family may build a home there. And so we've gone through the whole process, and the Planning Commission recommended approval, and I believe we acceded to a couple of conditions, which we still agree to, and we wish and hope that you will vote favorably for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. Is there anyone else here to speak to the Barnett Shoals Road item?
Hi, I'm Kelly Savage, and I'm at 4079 Barnett Shoals Road. I'm the daughter that's wanting to build the 4th house. All 3 parcels on there are my family. The first parcel is my sister, the second is my grandparents, and the third is my parents. And so the very third lot, my parents have graciously offered me part of their land to build a house on and kind of join the family over where I grew up. We've lived there for over 30 years. So this would just be super beneficial to me and my family, and it would be really great just to live over there with the rest of my family.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. You may want to advertise for some family counseling services for the rest of us. Appreciate you being here. Anyone else here to speak to Barnett Shoals Road item? All right, I'm going to have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development located at 4075, 4077, and 4079 Barnett Shoals Road in the RS-25 PD Single Family Residential-25 Planned Development District and for other purposes.
Thank you, Jed. I appreciate it. Commissioner Davenport, this is in your district. Would you like to make a motion at this time?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport. I've got a second from Commissioner Link. Any comments, Commissioner Davenport?
No, just like, daughter want to live next to mothers. This type of zoning has been done in other areas, and nothing, straightforward.
Commissioner Link? Really? All right. Follow up from any other members of the body? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, go forth and have a happy family. All right, item 22 regards text amendments that were mandated by some state changes in code. And so I'd entertain a motion at this time regarding these.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Fisher, second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Fisher, any comments? No, it's pretty standard legalese. Commissioner Hamby? No. All right, comments from any other members of the body?
I assume there isn't any, but do you want to check?
I am going to turn to public input. Thank you for that. Would anyone like to speak to item 23, the Planning Commission recommendation regarding state mandated ordinance changes? All right, we've got crickets. All right, Attorney Drake, can you read this for us?
Yes. There are actually 6 ordinances, so bear with me. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia with respect...
No, this is 22. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to Type 3 submittal requirements and for other lawful purposes. An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to Type 4 submittal requirements and for other lawful purposes. An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to appeals and for other lawful purposes. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to appeals and for other lawful purposes. An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to public notice and for other lawful purposes. And finally, an ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to the definition of family restrictions in AR and RS zones and for other lawful purposes. All right, so we have a motion from Commissioner Fisher and a second from Commissioner Hamby. All in favor of approving the slate of code changes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, next segment is public input on old and new business, and so these are items 23 through 37. Again, same rules of public input apply, 3 minutes. Same terms apply also, which is to say that we appreciate everybody's perspective, whether somebody is for an item or against an item. So I'd appreciate you just listening quietly as others speak and upon the conclusion of their comments as well. So if you'd like to line up, if you'd like to speak to any of those items, 23 through 37, including that item that was added to the agenda on North Avenue. Good evening.
I'm first, I have to go to the bathroom. Joan Roden, Firefighters Mediation Act Ordinance amend extraneous text. And this was sent to all of the commissioners, mayor, and to the attorney. Before any vote tonight, I urge you to make a motion to amend the ordinance Title 25, the Firefighters Mediation Act, by excluding the following extraneous text. And it's the two whereas, you have them, yourself, the last two clauses there that say, believe in the value of the ACC Gov's employees and having the right to engage in collective bargaining. Then on the second one, a friendly disposition toward employees, organizations, and institutions supporting cooperatively and/or democratically organized workplaces. The above two paragraphs are an affront to the very substance of the Firefighter Mediation Act, I put medication, and is a de facto hijacking of the exclusionary nature of the Firefighters Act. It is beyond disingenuous to include these two paragraphs in what is a specific designation for the firefighters of Athens-Clarke County. It is exclusion by law of any other organization or group of individuals outside the firefighters of Clarke County. This is by design and speaks to the very language of the Georgia Code. To emphasize the importance of a motion to amend, please address the April 4th, 2023 special call mayor and commission meeting video when County Attorney Judd Drake addressed these two whereas clauses in question on video at minute marker 02, 45, 32 as follows. In the interest of the specificity of this ordinance and in agreement with the county attorney that to the extent that it can create some misperception about that, it kind of takes it to a bigger picture than just relating to firefighters. Please amend this ordinance. The above-mentioned clauses should be removed from the ordinance before any vote is taken on Title 25. This amendment to the ordinance would remove any question as to the deliberate intent of the Title 25 State Code language that excludes any and all employees with the exemption of firefighters. This avoids any, as Attorney Drake said, misperception that could misdirect the intention and narrow language of this important vote tonight. Please vote to approve Title 25, the Firefighters Mediation Act, and thank you for your careful attention to the above-mentioned request.
Thank you for coming out this evening. I appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Chester. I am a resident of Athens. I've been here 12 years. I live at 365 on Barber Street. My wife and I have been there for a couple years now. Before that, I lived in Commissioner Hamby's district in Beechwood Hills for about 10 years. My wife and I really lived the dream of the pedestrian lifestyle that many of you have advocated for in this community. We were fortunate enough to be able to move to Barber Street in the middle of the pandemic, and we lived that lifestyle. I walked 6 to 8 miles a day to my job at the university. My wife has not ridden in a car to the university in 2 years, and we've really been fortunate to do that. So I would say over the last couple of years, at 8 to 10 miles a day, we've walked up and down that street from Barber Street and Boulevard to Prince and then on to the university hundreds, if not more than 1,000 times. I'm also a competitive cyclist. It's been a while since I've done an Ironman, but I've done several thousand miles on the roads in and around this community. I'm certainly have considerable experience dodging cars and looking out for cars and thinking about safety there. So I'm coming to you tonight to talk about the T-SPLOST and the renovations on Barber Street because as I've watched the commission meetings that have talked about this, I think there's a couple of points that I want to stress to you that I do think that have been missing from the conversation. Number one, the biggest danger to pedestrians and cyclists on Barber Street is not necessarily bicycle lanes, although that is a problem. It is people running the stop signs at the intersection of Boulevard and Barber. It is a miracle that no one has been killed, a small child, a pet, an older person who lives and walks to that park day in, day out, all the time. My wife and I live right at that intersection. We are the house just north of the intersection that faces Barber Street. We sit out on our front porch all the time. You would be amazed at the number of cars who run that stop sign at aggressive speeds or who come from the north flying up that hill past the train tracks and run the stop sign there. If you're not able to do anything tonight to approve this, please get some sensors to collect some data at that intersection. It is only a matter of the time for somebody gets seriously hurt trying to enter that apartment, and we hope and pray that it's not a child. The second thing I want to stress to you as a cyclist, cyclists who are on the road all the time, you get comfortable with it, you know what to look out for. There are sensors that we wear on our bicycle. I'm less worried about cars on that section from Prince to Boulevard. What I am concerned about is riding along there and getting hit by somebody opening their car door and flying over the top of your bike. That is the real danger. I do think Commissioner Link has put together a very good plan. She has listened to the community. We need to get the cars off of Barber Street between Boulevard and Prince. Not necessarily because we want to do expansive lanes. I'm with Commissioner Link on this. But there's a real danger to cyclists heading north and somebody just opens the door right in front of them, they don't see them, and that will put somebody in the hospital for several days.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm John Jefferson. I live at 554 Boulevard. I am not an Iron Man, possibly a cotton ball man, but I am a pedestrian and a cyclist as well as a driver. And I'm also here. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the steering committee of the Boulevard Neighborhood Association. The Boulevard Neighborhood Association has taken a position, which I will share with you if you haven't already heard it or read it. The Boulevard Neighborhood Association supports the concept plan for the Barber Street corridor improvements. Furthermore, we urge you to approve the concept plan without delay so the detailed planning and implementation of the improvements can proceed. Barber Street is a crucial connector between Prince Avenue and other transportation networks to the north, including greenways and additional infrastructure and connectivity improvements envisioned in the ACC Bike Ped Master Plan. With its pedestrian and cycling safety improvements, the Barber Street project's contribution to connectivity and its promotion of more sustainable modes of transportation, the Barber Street project is the highest priority project of the Athens in Motion Commission, our community's experts on making Athens-Clarke County a more sustainable and pedestrian and bike-friendly place to live, work, and play. And as the eastern boundary of the historic Boulevard district, Barber Street plays an important role in keeping Boulevard a safe and welcoming neighborhood for residents and non-residents alike. For these reasons, we consider approval of the concept plan to be a necessary and important step forward. We fully recognize that approval of the concept plan is not the same as approval of a final design. Rather, approval of the concept plan is a procedurally necessary next step. Approval is also a crucial catalyst for further studies, discussions, and community input as the project progresses. We hope and expect that the guidance, opinions, and interests of experts and of stakeholders, the pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers who traverse Barber Street, as well as Boulevard neighborhoods and neighborhood residents, will be carefully considered, and that the final design and construction will reflect robust engagement and good faith efforts to build consensus and support for a project that can strengthen our community and its transportation infrastructure for many years to come. Thank you for your attention and action on this important matter.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. You can just leave it right there. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Shanice Allen, and I reside at 130 Meredith Ridge Road, Athens. I'm here in opposition of number 23, 505, and 515 Olympic Drive project. This project has been denied by the planning staff and planning commission at least 2 times. Our community group has met with the developer and their attorney on a few occasions via Zoom and most recent in person. I want to give a few highlights from that meeting on May 24th, 2023, with attorney David Ellison, Grant Whitworth, and the developer met with our community group, Inner East Athens neighbors. So, an overview. The houses are meant for the industrial workers that will come from out of town and work at the $80,000 a year industrial jobs coming on Olympic Drive. We were told that the housing is not for the community people. We were told by the owner it could be students if that's who purchased it. Possible 26 units will be affordable, but no price points were really given. The usual 40 to 60 AMI was used with a target of 55% AMI. They are not interested in using minority contractors in this project. They can't do it. They are not willing to consider our request of hiring minority contractors in areas where they have control to do so. They will bring in contractors and people from Atlanta. They're not interested in job training for people of color in the community. They're not interested, nor are they willing to train people of color in construction skills or hire them for the day-to-day construction site jobs. We were informed that the traffic study that was done did not indicate any traffic congestion prior to the closure of Olympic Drive. We heard from the County Manager Blaine Williams speak at a commission meeting last year about a traffic light coming to Indian Trail and Olympic intersection. Sadly, we were told by attorney David Ellison that there are no plans for a traffic light at Indian Hills. It was not indicated per the traffic study. We asked about other areas in North Athens and were told that the commissioners wanted to keep that corridor of North Avenue commercial. It was stated by attorney David Ellison, just deal with it because the project is coming. At that point, we ended the meeting. The takeaway for us was that we need to become uncomfortable so that those coming out of the county to gain those $80,000 jobs can become comfortable.
Thank you, Dr. Allen.
It seems as their attorney that the developer, they were just meeting with us to check something off their list. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Taylor, 201 Woodridge Circle, and I'm here today representing the people of Woodridge subdivision. We are encompassed between Olympic Drive and Indian Hill, and the traffic on Olympic Drive is already congested. Indian Hills is already congested, and we would like for you to go along with the Planning Commission and deny this project because it takes us about 15, sometimes 20 minutes to get from out the subdivision onto Indian Hill. Then we have to go to the stop sign on Olympic Drive, and we can't get out of that area for about 5 minutes or so. And the traffic is congested, and where you get on the loop, it's hard to get on the loop. It's hard to get off. It's a yield sign there, but nobody stops for the yield sign. So we would like for you to not to approve this project in our area. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Thanks for coming down. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Emma Johnson. I live at 135 Oliver Circle in Woodridge subdivision. I'm against this project because I have a husband who's ill, and if emergency tried to get into him, we would have a problem, and this could be a matter of life and death for him. So please deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thanks for coming down tonight. Good evening.
My name is Esty Bell. My husband was Joseph Bell. If he was here tonight, he would be right here to speak out.
I've been in Woodridge almost 50 years. When we moved out there, it was a dirt road. We don't see a lot of improvement out there. But the thing about it, we used to ride bikes, me and my husband. We would never try to ride a bike out there now. I wouldn't. But the thing about it, we don't seen a lot of changes in Woodridge since I've been there. I really moved out there the way to get out of this city part. We was in Winterville. But they indebted us into Clarke County. We went along with the majority. But the thing about it, if you add more apartments, townhouses, whatever, we're going to have more traffic. I'm right down the end, so I see it all. We also got traffic when we have Georgia games, if y'all notice, that the hotel, what you call them? Games, it's out there. But I don't think we need any more traffics on that road. And we do need a red light. It's right there at Indian Hill. I'm one of them little old ladies gonna sit there until I get a clear. But if you see a car coming on, if a car's turning, you can't see a car coming on the other side if you don't sit there. But the thing about it, we do not need no more traffic in Woodridge Circle and Indian Hill. Thank y'all, and y'all have a great, great evening.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Bell. I appreciate it very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Mara Zuniga, 1365 Cherokee Road, Winterville, in East Athens. On May 24th, I attended a meeting with Inner East Athens neighbors and the developers for the Olympic Drive project. When the developers were asked what benefits this project brought to the community, they narrowed it down to property values going up. Go figure, higher taxes, right? And avoiding other developers from coming in and taking over. When the developers were asked if jobs were going to be given to locals in the area, one of the developers in the group said they had no control over that. However, when later they were pressed, he did admit they could have a role. It became clear to Inner East Athens members that this project was just going to bring a profit to the developers, possible student housing, and housing for the folk who will work for the new bio company. They made it clear there would be no benefit to the community. One of the developers even said it didn't matter because this project was most likely going to pass whether Inner East Athens wanted it or not. So the next question was, then why have this meeting? Was it really to seek the community's input or just lull the community into a false sense of security that their input really mattered? Either way, the optics the developers want to display is that this project will be good for the Inner East Athens community, while not being able to come up with even one valid point for the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening.
Good evening again. My name is Dylan. I'm here to voice support for the Firefighters Union and for the commission to authorize the formation of a union. The ability to collectively bargain and having the city pass that would mean that the city does respect the work that the firefighters do and the essential right of the ability for the firefighters to collectively bargain as an organization to come to the city with their needs and actually do the process of negotiation versus just possible one-on-one meetings. What we have now is not a respectful situation. Firefighters here in Athens are overworked. Went to a meeting where they're talking about these issues. They're talking about constant overtime they have to do to just get the base level of work that needs to be done. If the ordinance passed of firefighter immunization authorization, it would most likely mean higher wages, higher morale for the firefighters, which means more firefighters would come to Athens-Clarke County, which would hopefully help these issues of understaffing and overworking, because I do not want, and I don't think anybody wants, a overworked, tired firefighter to come to their house or to their apartment or to their building just being exhausted from many days and many hours of working. So instead, we should authorize this firefighter union in order to have more people, more firefighters come and to fix the staffing issue so we have well-rested, well-insured, well-respected firefighters to help increase the public safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan, for coming in tonight. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Helene Schwartz. I live at 290 Hanover Drive, Bogart, in Athens-Clarke County. I'd first like to thank Mr. Mayor and the Commission and staff for allowing public input. I think it's very important, and I'm always enlightened by what I hear. I am here to speak on behalf of Title 25, the Firefighters Union Mediation Act, which was signed into law, I think about 50 years ago, by then Governor Jimmy Carter. And I think there's some irony in that, and I think we all keep the Carter family in our thoughts. Although not a native Athenian, as they say, I have lived in Athens and paid taxes in Athens for 52 years, plus 4 years as an undergrad. So you can see that is a good part of my life. I go back a long way with the firefighters. My son, who is now 47, his 5th birthday party was held at the downtown fire station. I doubt they have time to do those kinds of things anymore, but the firefighters took the kids up in the cherry picker. So he remembers and he joins me in support of the firefighters. Much of what I want to talk about has already been said, but I think that it resounds. And I know one of the thoughts that are in your mind is parity for all employees in Athens-Clarke County. And I think everybody would agree with that. I have, over my years living here, had nothing but professional and wonderful interactions with every Athens-Clarke County employee that I have come in contact with. They have added to the quality of my life and my family's life. But the firefighters, and I've had them come to my home professionally, they are looking out for all of our personal safety for everybody in here. And I think the young man before me put it very well. They're overworked, stressed, morale is low, a lot of retirements, and sometimes cannot even staff some of the ladder trucks, and so they have to be taken out of service. I don't think anybody in this room would want to know that that's their fire station that that's happened to. I mean, I think that's just really very important. I visited one of the fire stations, and I saw how much the firefighters do in addition to their jobs. A call came in when I was there, but I got to see the little cubicles that they sleep in. I don't think too many, maybe the police officers and sheriff's department do that. But I just ask in parity to recognize the firefighters, to support Title 52 as they're willing to step forward.
Thank you, Helene, for coming
Thank
out
you.
tonight. I appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Hello, my name is David McCarthy. I'm the owner of 170 Barber Street. I'm here for 2 reasons. The first is that my house stands to be very severely affected by the proposed bike lane. My landscaped front yard will be raised, regraded, and trees cut down on or near my property. It may be that some of my property will be expropriated. Work will come within feet of my front porch. Second, I want to point out that I'm one of the few owners on that section of the street that actually lived there. So I lived there from 2017 to 2022, and I also trained for 4 half marathons and countless 5K and 10K races on the streets around my house, so I'm very well acquainted with those streets. I'm going to try and dispel 2 myths while I'm here. I've sent a written submission to the mayor and to the councillors that contains my objections to the proposal in more detail. But the first myth that I want to dispel is that these houses are a row of poorly maintained DOS houses full of transient tenants. I can say that I lived there. They're not. They're well-maintained, historic houses that reflect the character of the Boulevard neighborhood very well. And we loved living there, and we would still live there if my spouse had not got a job in Atlanta. Our neighbors were respectful and kind, and I can think of one occasion in those 5 years where there were parties because they're students, but I can think of one occasion in 5 years where the party did not stop punctually at 11 p.m. as the local noise ordinance requires. The second myth that I want to try and dispel is that shared use roadways are somehow dangerous in an American context.
I sent a message to you, and I showed a video that illustrated a shared use street where I used to work in London, which is one of the most prominent streets in the world. And they converted it to an entirely shared use street with phenomenal success. And I rode on that street as a cyclist because I commuted to and from work. And it worked amazingly well. And the key, which isn't clear in the video, is that what they did is they roughened the road surface. They chose cobblestones, but if you roughen the road surface with rumble strips, it's exactly the same. And what it did was it prevented cars from going more than 20 miles an hour. And so what that did was it made the street safe. Essentially, it restored the street to the condition that it was before cars came along, right? Because what it did is it forced cars to go at a human level pace. And that allows cars, pedestrians and bikes all to share the same street. So I know that Melissa has worked very heavily on a shared use option for that section of the project, and I'd encourage that, but I'd also encourage the city to explore shared use options more broadly in many other streets using that as a template.
Thank you, David.
very much.
Appreciate you coming down tonight. Whoops. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Troy Gossard, live at 130 Austin Drive. Firefighter, citizen, and in favor of Title 25. I hope that you all, I know Mayor, you've suggested that you're opposed to this. I think that we've seen a long degradation of our department, not just from your time in office, but to the point where we are struggling to keep people on staff, to hire new recruits, to retaining people long-term. Some of that is inductive of pay studies that have been passed by this commission, by you as mayor and all of you, that if I was to go up for a promotion, I would be set back in my step plan because of the step plan that was implemented. It does not make sense. It's hindering people from furthering their career to move forward. Why was that passed? Was that not in the bill? Was that not read? I don't know. But we have a situation where people are leaving, and now we have people that are not eligible because of matrix implementations of career matrix, that we have a shortage of people eligible to promote, but there's no reason to promote because there's no value in the promoting. So you've created the system, you've passed these bills wanting to improve. I get that, but it's hurt our department. We have lost people, vast number of people, quality people, and the numbers that are coming in, we had 80 recruits or 80 applicants in this last go round. A third of those came in, a third of those made it through the assessment center and the PAT. We don't have people coming into our department anymore, quality people. How can we promote our department to others when there's all of these logistical implementations that are not furthering us as a department? How do we promote people? How do we push people? How do we get people in?
Thank you. I appreciate you coming out tonight.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Evening, sir.
Tony Eubanks, 785 North Pope Street. I'm here to talk about Barber Street. Big picture.
When T-SPLOST passed, the last T-SPLOST passed, it not only passed overwhelmingly in the county, it passed in every single precinct in the county. The people in Athens want bike ped infrastructure. We've spent thousands of man-hours developing a plan to implement those. Can we quit letting the perfect get in the way of the good and move forward on a project? I mean, this Barber Street thing's going on way too long. So can we at least approve the concept plan tonight, please? I mean, the citizens of Athens have asked for it, and we've given you a plan to implement it. Thank you very much.
Thank you much. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Kelly Kloss, and I grew up at 180 Edgewood Drive. My mom just recently sold that house that she lived in for over 40 years. I graduated from Clark Central High School and have 2 degrees from the University of Georgia. I have worked for Piedmont Athens Regional for 24 years. I'm a lifelong Athenian. I'm here today as a wife of a firefighter that has proudly served this county for 20 years, and to ask for you to please vote yes in support of Title 25. You have heard countless reasons why you should all support Title 25. You have heard how the fire department is in dire need of a corrected pay and career ladder, so we won't keep losing firefighters to other departments or completely new careers. You have heard that they are desperately short-staffed, that morale is at an all-time low. And I want to share my concerns, frustrations, and a story that could have had a very different ending if the event happened recently. I experienced what I hope no other wife or family member has to experience in February of 2012 when I received a phone call in the middle of the night from the battalion chief telling me my husband had been seriously hurt in a fire and was being taken into emergency surgery. We had 2 small children at home. I had to call my mom to come be with the kids before I could go to the hospital. I got to the hospital to learn my husband had cut his radial artery. The vascular surgeon said he would have bled out in 30 minutes if it wasn't for the quick actions of the firefighters that took care of him until the ambulance arrived. 11 years ago, the fire department was appropriately staffed. The trucks were running with the appropriate number of people on them. There were extra individuals in the yard, and they were the ones that held his arm so tight to help control the bleeding. If that accident happened now, I might be standing before you with a drastically different result because there aren't extra individuals in the yard to help as needed. This job is stressful. This job is already hard, but with the overtime needs, running short staff, trucks out of service, that makes this job even more stressful. You probably haven't heard the firefighters talk about the calls that keep them up at night or the calls they will never forget. The stories of working wrecks where children were not in car seats, cleaning up the roads after individuals were ejected from the car so others won't witness the horrors that they see, watching someone light themselves on fire and not be able to stop them, to run call after call after call on homeless individuals that have overdosed, to search for missing children or elderly adults. We, their families, do. We know how things are affecting them now. The fire department is special. It is a family, and this family is in trouble. You all have the ability to do something that the other elected officials that have known about the problems of the fire department haven't done. You can give the firefighters hope. You can show them you are serious about opening the lines of communication so you can really know what is going on in the department. You can show the public that have reached out to you, that have voiced their concerns, that you are listening and you are ready to work on finding some solutions. They proudly serve you and this community 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Please vote yes to Title 25.
Kelly, thank you for coming down tonight. I appreciate it. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Kloss. I've been a firefighter with Athens-Clarke County for 20 years. I'm here tonight in the capacity of a member of the Professional Firefighters of Athens-Clarke County. I'm here to support Title 25, and I'm asking for your help tonight. Local 2795 and the IAFF have the ability to supplement training that is necessary to allow us to do our job safely. They can offer classes on fireground survival, hazardous materials, solar PV training, peer support, and many others. Without recognition from the local, our fire administration cannot bring these classes to Athens. This not only hampers our ability to conduct our jobs as safe as possible, but endangers the community and the visitors to Athens. I'm asking for you to please vote yes for Title 25 and help us rebuild our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate you coming down tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brian Vesey.
I was just came here to talk about the condition of Clark County Jail. So apparently, when a prisoner is taken in, they are sent to 1 week of solitary confinement for quarantine. This is obviously like a leftover from COVID that has been relaxed over basically through the whole city and the state. I'm sure our governor was really happy to relax those laws initially, but the prisoners still have to go to what is usually considered punishment for offense within jail. If they're being sent to solitary initially, and these people may have not committed a crime at all, then I think that is inhumane. I also know that you cannot visit a prisoner. If you go there, you have to pay a service to do a remote video visit on your own laptop or mobile device, which requires a payment and then be also owning one of those devices, which is a financial hardship to many of the people who, again, are innocent until proven guilty. So I kind of found that reprehensible, and also you can't give them books. You used to be able to give them literature to read, and now you can donate to the jail itself, but you can't donate to an individual inmate. And I think these are unnecessary hardships that be rectified or something. I don't know. But thank you for letting me speak. And
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you coming down tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Scott Long. I live at 180 Clifton Drive. I'm also the Executive Director for Bike Athens. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Item 25, the SPLOST 2018 Bicycle and Pedestrian Improvement Programs, Barber Street concept. This project has been identified as a Tier 1 project in the Athens in Motion Plan since 2018. I'd like to thank all the experts that have worked on this, the staff, the consultants, the engineers that have all done their jobs and given their expert recommendations. This concept has the full support of Bike Athens, the Athens in Motion Commission, as well as the Boulevard Neighborhood Association. I'm here to remind everyone that the Barber Street concept plan is only one piece of the larger bike pedestrian network that's coming to this part of Athens. And while this concept is not the final decision on what Barber Street will look like, this vote is an important step forward to greater connectivity and safety for our most vulnerable road users. I hope that we can all get behind that idea and support this concept.
Thanks for coming down tonight, Scott. I appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Kuhn. I'm here in support of item number 24 as the applicant. Thank you again for your time on this issue to review our revised proposal for the townhome community entitled Township at Jennings Mill Parkway and Classic Road. We believe that this community will be a great addition to the Athens landscape, providing a much-needed non-student focused housing solution with a community design not often built in the Athens market. This will surely be needed to maintain housing supply and affordability in Athens as our population continues to grow. Township is located in a corridor that's gained widespread acceptance for residential uses, with the cottages at Ridge Point, the fairways at Jennings Mill, the village at Jennings Mill, also located along the same corridor, and then Jennings Mill Corners neighborhood located right next door. Over the last 7 months, we've been able to work closely with the adjoining neighborhood, planning staff, planning commission, and commissioners to fine-tune the site design and to accommodate the needs of all parties concerned. Our group has been active in the Athens market for 20 years now and has always endeavored to deliver the best product possible. The township will be no different. It will feature a variety of floor plans to accommodate differing needs, utilization of low maintenance and sustainable materials, provide public green space areas, include sizable community amenities, which include a clubhouse with equipment checkouts, pool, playground, co-working space, and more than double the amount of green space area over what is currently allowed per the current zoning. Thank you again for your help and consideration during this process. I'm available for any further questions, as well as our engineer, Frank Pittman. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate it. Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening. Frank Pittman, I'm here in support of item 24 for the Classic Road rezone. As the developer mentioned, we have worked closely with the adjacent neighborhood and with Commissioner Huell to satisfy some desires that I think everybody wanted. There have been some proposed conditions by Commissioner Hewell that we are all in support of and willing to do, and we're really here just to ask for you guys' approval. Love to get started on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. I appreciate you coming tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, David Ellison, here in support of item number 23, the Olympic Drive rezone. And we firmly believe that this development will be a benefit to the community. Athens-Clarke County is very fortunate in that it is growing. It's fortunate that there are a number of jobs that are coming to the county, particularly in this specific area. Our target market for this development are going to be the workers and employees who are going to be moving to Athens-Clarke County at these particular jobs. Many of the concerns that were raised at this recent meeting were about gentrification. And we believe that this is going to help prevent gentrification because no matter what, jobs are coming to Athens. People will be moving to Athens. And it is our hope that they will move into our project, our development, instead of displacing longtime residents in the community. We have also proposed an affordability component. Our development does not necessarily fit into the inclusionary zoning ordinance, but what we proposed is rent that will be 55% of the market rate for this community. These homes will be interspersed amongst the project, and the eligibility requirements would fall between 60% AMI and very low income. And so just by way of example, under current rates, for a 2-bedroom, rent will be around $1,100 per month, 3-bedroom, around $1,300 per month, and for a 4-bedroom, around $1,400 per month. So these are real numbers here. We understand there's lots of concerns about traffic. The traffic study that was submitted with this application did not recommend the signalized intersection, but y'all have the power to implement conditions on this rezone. And if this commission wants to condition approval upon another traffic study, and if that traffic study recommends a signalized intersection at Indian Hills, that's within your power to do so. There was a number of concerns raised at this meeting about wanting to have minority-owned enterprises do the trades and be subcontractors and contractors on this project. And we can't commit to that at this point in time because we don't know if this is going to be approved. So if this is approved, everyone is welcome to bid on this project because we want to be a part of this community. There are also a number of concerns about developers saying one thing and doing another. I understand those concerns, but one thing we're doing is we're coming before you as a PD. So any conditions y'all approve on this project will run with the land, and if there are any changes, then we will have to come back before you. And so we ask that you please approve this project. We think it is going to provide a benefit for providing additional inventory for housing in the community. Thank you,
David. I appreciate you coming tonight. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Grant Whitworth. I live at 760 Meg Street, Athens. So I'm here to speak in favor of the Olympic Drive project as well, which David just did. We work in this area and have for years handling most of the industrial properties. We've had a lot of exciting developments recently, especially with Meisner and others, RWDC. There's roughly 2,000 plus jobs coming that haven't even begun with expansions and other companies coming here. So normally we would not support something near our industrial park as a residential development, but in this case, we do feel that this property would fit well for this. This is not a student housing project. It is for workforce. It is for people that would need to live, that want to live here. We know that there's a shortage of housing in Athens. Everyone knows that. So I do not know of better places to put this. We have a very small geographic area to work with. These jobs are coming. This property is located, this property was zoned multifamily previously up until recently, and it was turned over when E.R. Snell purchased it to put in the interchange at Olympic. So for all of those reasons, it's why we do support this for a residential development. The property does have a lot of challenges with a creek there. I know the county even looked at it before they purchased the property adjacent to this for the utility department. So
to cross that creek, we don't see it being an industrial piece. We have a desperate need for housing. So with all that being said, I hope y'all will consider this proposal because we all know that we need housing and it'll help with our tax digest as well. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down tonight, Grant. Appreciate it. Good evening.
My name is Dwight Acey. I live at 160 Bloomington Drive, Athens. And I want to thank you all for an opportunity to speak. I want to point out something that was apparent to me when I first saw the firefighters stand up to speak. I was troubled by the fact that all of the firefighters I saw that spoke were all white. And I've learned that in the nation, 90% of firefighters are white, and 85% of them are white males. So what I'm going to ask is that the counties have the Human Resources Department implement a better inclusion and diversity plan. Without it, there will be an opening for indifference and maybe blatant discrimination. And this is not a complaint against the firemen, and I want to be clear on that. I support the union. Having said that, I want you to change the policy on bargaining with the union. I worked as a government worker and retired after 20 years, and I was a faithful union member and still pay dues, matter of fact, to that union. So I'm always going to stand with any good union. There's nothing more important than public safety. I want to thank the firemen and women for the work that they do that we don't see, but they do that and they provide that for us. And it's an incredibly important service. And they need to be able to raise issues that help them to protect us. But like insurance, you have to pay for it before you get it, not after there's an accident. So what I'm asking is that you give them the salaries, the bargaining power, so they can have classes, resources, and a voice to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening, sir.
Well, good evening. My name is Clarence A. Pope, and I reside at 340 Cavalier Road, Athens, Georgia. Tonight I just came, don't have anything market to speak, but I want to speak from my heart in the support of Title 25. Speaking to Mayor Kelly Gertz, Davenport, Link, Taylor, Wright, Fisher, Thornton, Myers, Culpepper, Moe, and the staff that sits here, and praying that, first of all, thanking you for the work that you do, just understanding and all the people that have come and all the different things that you have on the docket. It's really important as I see you listen, and you've governed well. And our intentions is to, and I know my intentions is to bring things forth as it has already been brought forth. But I'm a 37-year retired firefighter. I retired in 2014, so 37 years at the fire department, started in '76. And what I found out, of course, at a particular time when we came from Athens Fire Department to Athens-Clarke County, as I got on in '76, and I think it was about 1980, 81, that we coordinated as one unified government. And from that time on until now, so we're talking, nearly 50 years, there has been the intentions of the fire department to improve, keep up with all the newest additions and things that were going on within the community, within the nation, within the world, to keep their goals
and keep their perspectives and the mission in a tight group. And when I say tight group, meaning to be excellent in all that they do. And me as a retired firefighter, I have not only seen and experienced, many things that have gone forth, but what I have not in the many time is seen us being able to come and sit at the bargain table and describe what we need. I can understand you as councilman and government. One of the things that is respective is the dollar. You want to keep things in accordance with the dollar, but we are looking at a situation now where the lives of the community are really at stake to a certain degree. And so to be able to sit down and bargain is one of the things that we're asking. Not trying to take over, it has no way, form, or fashion because of the strike.
Thank you, Mr. Apo. I appreciate it.
Amen. But be considerate of those things.
Thanks for coming down tonight. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Dan Lorenz. I live at 157 Grady Avenue. Please approve a concept for the Barber Street segment to help create a network of genuinely safe bicycling and walking routes for Athenians. The network is the key thing. It's a thing that will create the connectivity and the convenience that will eventually be an economic and environmental gift to all Athenians. Building this segment on Barber will be a bit tricky, as we know that, but it is doable. Not only will the county as a whole benefit, but I believe so will the adjacent owners and residents. Many citizens and ACC staff have worked on this plan for years. The citizens of Athens voted for investing in infrastructure for cycling and for pedestrians. I urge you to keep faith with that vote. Show us that you can get this project off the ground, that you have the vision to follow through and build this crucial transportation network. Thanks.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you coming down tonight. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Gordon Roden, 340 Heather Cove. December, January, February, March, April, May, and now June. The Firefighters Mediation Act has been brought before the Commission for that length of time. I believe that probably each and every one of you have sat down with firefighters individually and you've discussed that. I believe that is what happens. I do know this, that I have been told by my wife when there is an issue that needs to be discussed, if I put it off 6 months, I'm in deep trouble. You hear her? She's reiterating that. If we know we have a problem, if we know there's an issue, you've heard the firefighters, you've heard the statistics, we're losing personnel, the morale's down, then I guess the question comes back to your court tonight. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? I think years ago when the firefighters came to the commission, probably wasn't all of you, it was a different crew probably, they just wanted the right to sit down and discuss their issues. That's all they wanted. There was no union talk. There was none of that. And now it comes to a no recourse. I mean, it could have been taken care of in December, January, February, March, before tonight. So anyway, this is an issue that, and I keep saying this, because I think if people watch this and even people that are here, UGA does not have a fire department. Clarke County covers all of that territory. So that's something to be reminded. And I want to say this, I want to go on record. Some of you commissioners that called me personally to ask me, thank you for that. That means a lot to me that you would call and want to know what, my perspective is. I'm just one citizen in Clarke County, but I think it's time for us to do something. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Gordon. I appreciate you coming down tonight. Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Julie Fouch, and I live at 506 Johnny Chandler Road. I've been a firefighter with Athens for 4 years,
and I'm here tonight as a member recruiter with Local 2795. I'm asking you to vote yes for Title 25. Joining this fire department was the best decision I ever made for myself and for my career. I believe this job is a calling, and I've pushed myself to limits that I never knew I had. While I'm very aware of being a minority in both race and gender, my brothers and sisters have never made me feel unheard, mistreated, or disrespected. It was only until advocating for Title 25 before you all when I began to feel my voice and the voice of my fire family be silenced. We understand some may view Title 25 as unfair or special treatment. We want to have equality for others, and by us saying the fire department matters does not mean other departments do not. A study showed that the life expectancy for a firefighter is 10 years less than the average person. We have a cancer benefit that other departments do not have for that very fact. As a firefighter, from holidays, birthdays, pandemics, the hours are very different. If a county office employee and the firefighter start their careers at the age of 18, and the county office employee retires at the age of 62, and the firefighter retires at the age of 60, that firefighter will have worked 10 and a half more years in hours than the office county employee. Public safety is required by the state to uphold certifications and maintain several hours of training, so we are held to a higher standard. And we embrace it because we know that what helps our fire department will in return help the community we serve. I'm asking you to vote yes for Title 25 because I know we can be a resource in areas like diversity and recruitment and public safety best practices. It's not about what we can get, it's about what we can bring to the table to help save and improve our fire department. Please vote yes for Title 25. Thank y'all.
Julie, thank you for coming in tonight. I appreciate it. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. First, I want to say thank you for what you do in your service. I also want to point out that between Julie and I, we make up 100% of the women of the fire department here. And the last stats was there's between 3 and 4% women nationwide, or maybe it's USA, that are in the fire service. So I just want to point that out. So it's pretty awesome that 100% of us are here. But anyway, I'm Emily Thompson-Alger. I've been serving Athens-Clarke County for 12 years as a firefighter, and today I stand before you as president of the Professional Firefighters of Athens-Clarke County. I've answered your questions, provided all the data and figures you have asked for, brought in all the experts, and have enjoyed our robust discussions. At the end of the day, your vote comes down to whether you believe firefighters deserve the right to advocate for ourselves and our community. I am asking you to vote yes for Title 25.
Thank you, Emily. Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, goodness. I'm trying to find my stopwatch. Lauren Blaze, 140 Inglewood Avenue, speaking on behalf of the Athens in Motion Commission. So tonight, once again, we're looking for a vote on a concept for bike and pedestrian infrastructure along Barber Street, which is fully funded by our previous SPLOST. Approving a concept will allow staff to take the next steps with design and begin having nuanced conversations with property owners. So the public continues to support the Barber Street concept, which is project number 1 on the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan. You heard from John Jefferson of the Boulevard Neighborhood Association. We're all wanting safe infrastructure that people will feel comfortable using with minimal property impacts. And when we use the terms bike and pedestrian infrastructure, what we really mean by pedestrians are the slowest and most vulnerable users. So those are people who are walking, pushing strollers, in wheelchairs and in powered chairs. And for biking facilities, we're not just talking about bikes anymore, right? We're talking about electric assist bikes, personal scooters, even like electric skateboards. And these modes of transportation are slower than cars, but they're much faster than people who are walking.
So they also need protected infrastructure as well. And for the record, I don't have any sensors on my bike, and even if I did, a sensor is not a physical barrier that will protect me from a distracted student or anybody driving an SUV or truck. So with regard to Barber Street, the Athens Emotion Commission's conclusion is that given the density of the area, providing a separate space for people walking and people biking or rolling will provide the most comfort for people moving along Barber Street. So that's why we have preferred that two-way separated cycle track for the entire project zone. This is also the best solution to interface with the new bike lanes on Prince Avenue. And of course, anytime we're talking about retrofitting for infrastructure, be it stormwater, sewer, utility lines, there will be property impacts, right? Barber Street is an old street. It's seen many iterations. I think about maybe when the first streetcars came and brought electricity, I'm sure there were some property owners who were content to keep using oil for their lamps. Thank you very much. They probably protested the ugly power lines and poles. But Athens needed to get them on board, otherwise there would be a gap in the electrical grid. So sidewalks, bike lanes, which provide safe spaces for us to move, are essential infrastructure, and it's time to get them on Barber Street. So I'll admit that we do feel a little stress about getting these facilities right the first time, right? But I put my trust in our staff and consultants, who, given the chance to move forward with this concept for Barber Street, will sort out the solution and give us the best option. So we're looking forward to your vote tonight.
Thank you, Lauren. I appreciate you coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello again, Broderick Flanagan, P.O. Box 295, Athens, Georgia, 30603. I'm here to speak to item 30 and item 36, related to the Classic Center Arena. Back in, I think it was last year, there was IGA approved, intergovernmental agreement approved to have 2 representatives from labor organizations present to review the RFPs for the Classic Center Hotel and parking deck. And after the review of those proposals, the representative from Economic Justice Coalition is who I'm here representing this evening. We didn't hear back from which company actually won the bid on that project. And so I heard Manager Williams speak at other commission meetings that if you put together an advisory body, you want to at least take into consideration their recommendations. And so I also noticed that at the retreat, the Boys and Girls Club, the Chamber of Commerce president was there speaking about some of the language that the previous commission had passed as it relates to labor organizing in the private sector. And so that greatly affects some of the work that we do at Economic Justice Coalition. And I'm beginning to wonder, is there a bias against our organization because we aren't given that same leeway in certain spaces that the chamber is getting? I was told at one point in time that there's a practice, I guess, that you allow certain organizations to come and present before the mayor commission or to facilitate conversations. As I understand it, the Chamber of Commerce is not being funded directly through the local government body. So I'm trying to understand why they're being positioned to lead a conversation around labor when Economic Justice Coalition was founded as a labor organizing organization, and we aren't given that same consideration or that same balance. And so that is a concern of ours. And then also just in the construction industry, when we talk about development and some of those jobs that are in that industry, developers talk all the time about the rising cost of producing things, but we're still constantly building, and some of those workers still need protections, and they need better wages, better benefits, hazard pay, and things of that nature. And when developers and people come to you with planned developments, as it is my understanding that we're beginning to develop a community benefits agreement ordinance. How are we going to strengthen that ordinance and start using it so when community members like the Inner East Athens group come with those concerns about inclusion in a certain type of way, especially in a high poverty community or a high poverty area, like in that census tract, we need to be considerate and deliberate and intentional on how we move forward with these types of projects and plans to be inclusive in an intentional way so that multiple people can share in that economic prosperity. You know, developers don't get into the industry to not make money. They're still making money. If they weren't making money, they would switch industries. So be inclusive in an intentional way. Thank you.
Thank you, Broderick. I appreciate you coming out tonight. Good evening.
Hi, Katie Goodrum, Wilcox Street. I'm also here to urge moving forward with the Barber Street bike facilities. A couple of things that I wanted to highlight that I really trust that the staff is committed to minimizing the private property impacts that people have brought up as concerns. And I also recently understood that that is something that comes up in the next phase after the concept is approved, that these design issues can be handled. And also understand that staff also doesn't want to spend project money on acquiring any more right-of-way or to minimize that. The other point I wanted to make up, I just got back from a big planning conference, and people are really talking now about how important mobility is to the housing crisis. It's really, people are, when you talk about housing affordability, it's really important to note if they can get to work, to school, without the expense of car ownership. So this is yet another reason why Athens needs to move its multimodal network forward. So I urge you to do that tonight. Thanks.
Thank you for coming down tonight, Katie. Appreciate it. All right. Public input being complete, we're going to move to commission discussion of old and new business, beginning with those old business items that are held over on the agenda from prior meetings. First of those regards the 65.89 acres at 505 and 515 Olympic Drive. This is in District 9, so I'll ask Commissioner Thornton, who's with us here telephonically, to make a motion regarding that item.
Ooh, did we lose her?
Hello.
Commissioner Thornton, can't hear you.
Mr. Mayor, since we're 5 minutes shy of the scheduled break, could we maybe take a break while we get Commissioner Thornton back on the phone?
I'd be glad to do that. Would everyone like to take a break?
Sounds
All
a
right.
great
So
idea.
it is
I'm going to fill that up with water.
got 8:09. Let's be back by 8:20 and working. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you got the refreshment you needed on our break and whatever relief you were seeking. We're going to go ahead and pick up with old and new business. So the first item of old business is number 23, and this involves the 505 and 515 Olympic Drive property. Of course, this has been previously heard in the normal planning and zoning cycle, which is why it's now on old business. I do believe we've got Commissioner Thornton with us, in whose district this property lies. Commissioner Thornton, do you hear us? She was here moments ago. Commissioner Thornton? We're going to try and get Commissioner Thornton. We're actually going to move on to item 24. We'll come back to 23. So moving on to item 24, this regards 3 addresses on Classic Road. It's in Commissioner Hoole's district. And Commissioner, I understand you have a commission-defined option to present, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll start by making a motion to approve the future land use change, and if get a second on that, I'll speak to it.
I'll second.
Okay. So there'll be a second vote after this, assuming we pass the future land use change, to talk about the rezone. So I'll save the commission, the options that are captured in the commission-defined option for comment on that. But just briefly, I'd like to speak to the future land use change to say that this corridor is not in any way designed to be a corridor for residential. And residential has sprung up there in spite of the fact that it was not zoned that way, the future land use map doesn't say it should look that way, and the road was not built to handle it, nor was our public utilities infrastructure built to handle it. I look forward to supporting this moving forward tonight, but I also hope that we will take seriously when we're updating our future land use map in the years ahead, after we hopefully get some feedback from the consulting firm that we're looking to bring on, the changes that need to happen on this corridor, because I believe they are substantial, and ultimately we need to align what's happening there with the interests of the people who are currently there.
All right, we've got a future land use change. Attorney Drake, could you read the ordinance on future land use for number 24?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending the future land use map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of approximately 10.88 acres of land located at 286, 290, and 296 Classic Road from general business and employment center to mixed-density residential and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate that. Commissioner Myers, anything as seconder?
No.
All right, we've got a motion and a second regarding future land use. Any other input from members of the body for item 24, Classic Road? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this requires a second action regarding the specific zoning item. Commissioner Hoole, go ahead, Ray.
Oh, yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance and the conditions accompanying it as captured in the CDO for the rezone.
I'll second that one, too.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. In the interest of time, I won't go through all the specifics unless colleagues have questions. I know we've talked about them a bit in the past meeting, and they're, of course, captured in writing. I did have an opportunity to meet with a bunch of the residents who live in the adjacent neighborhood, Jennings Mill Corners, on Sunday, and I think the absence of their presence here speaks to their consent to this moving forward, especially since their president came here to speak before in favor of it moving forward. I'm also glad to hear that the applicant is willing to get on board with these conditions, and so I ask for my colleagues' support as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning 3 parcels of land comprising approximately 10.88 acres located at 286, 290, and 296 Classic Road from EI Employment Industrial to RM2 Mixed Density Residential and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Commissioner Myers, anything as seconder?
I just wanted to thank for the thoughtful deliberation on this project from the Planning Commission. I listened to what they had to say, and also to Commissioner Hoole's work here with the property owner to create a better living experience for those who are going to reside in the development. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Any other input from members of the body? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Project is approved. All right, we've got Commissioner Thornton. We're going to go ahead and move on to item 23. Commissioner Thornton, do you have a motion to make regarding Olympic Drive?
I am not going to be recommending this project. So my motion would be to deny. If there's a second, I'll be glad to give my explanation on the second.
All right, first motion would be regarding future land use map. So there's a recommendation for denial from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Thornton, I'm going to have Attorney Drake read the ordinance, so that's in front of everybody.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to amending the official future land use map of Athens-Clarke County by changing the designation of approximately 65.89 acres of land located at 505 and 515 Olympic Drive from Employment Center to mixed density residential and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. Go right ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Mayor. This project is ideal for something, but I don't think it's going to be ideal for this area. I think being denied by the Planning and Zoning Department, and then again by Planning and Commission, and then by the residents, it would be irresponsible for me to push this through, even though I am a very strong supporter of housing. I'm a strong advocate for housing. This is a good example of how we're not working together. Our housing ideas and our 20-year plan, we should be working collectively to build Athens. And I don't think that, I know that didn't happen. I also believe that if we had gotten through the procurement process, we may have been able to address some of the concerns of residents with job opportunity training that would have been, amenable to the developers. Lastly, I just am not comfortable when I see our residents that usually don't come, but they come out of concern, and they have a real concern, and we vote against them. We need to find out more on how we can bring landlords and developers and residents together and not work in these isolated chambers. I am very disturbed by some of the comments that were shared by Dr. Allen, but I was on that call for a little while, so I didn't hear it all, so I was kind of shocked. But right now, I think that waiting for the land use plan would be better. I wish we could do, again, a moratorium on all rezoning requests until we could get the land use plan rolling. But at this time, I'm going to have to deny this proposal. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor, as seconder, any further comments?
Yes, I second Commissioner Thornton on every point that she made up, as well as the fact that we have residents who have lived in their homes for decades, who know this area really well and know that this development is not meant for that area. I also stand firm on waiting for future land use to see what we could do with this parcel that will actually benefit inner East Athens and not gentrify it, because that's exactly what this is. And so I also hope that it's denied. Well, yeah, denied.
Any further input on this item? Commissioner Link.
Yeah, where I'm not exactly opposed to the land use change aspect of this, I don't think it's necessarily inappropriate that there be a residential use of this land, but I don't see this project as being suitable. I feel like, we should see a mixed use, we should see a more diverse housing options on that project, and definitely, the area needs some transportation improvements, and I note in the Planning Commission had concerns about the lack of neighborhood services in the area, and I agree. When we're seeing a rezoning of a major piece of property like this, I feel like it needs to be more inclusive of uses and provide commercial uses that might serve the immediate area and some of the
nearby residences. So I agree, I'll be denying this project.
Any further input? All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Taylor. Attorney Drake has read the ordinance. All supporting the motion on the floor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed to the motion on the floor? All right, hearing none, motion carries. We do need a second vote regarding the zoning. Commissioner Thornton, would you like to make a motion regarding that?
Looking at a motion to deny the rezoning of the 2 parcels of land, correct, Mr.
Correct.
Mayor?
Somebody else?
Commissioner Taylor, while Commissioner Thornton's getting her technology working, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to deny.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion to deny from Commissioner Taylor, second from Commissioner Link. Could you read the ordinance on that, please?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to rezoning 2 parcels of land comprising approximately 65.89 acres located at 505 and 515 Olympic Drive from EI Employee Industrial and I Industrial zoning with conditions to RM2 mixed density residential and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Any follow-up comments, Commissioner Taylor?
I look forward to see what this parcel can actually do to help Inner East Athens and as well as the industrial complex that is attached to Inner East Athens. So this is going to be great.
Anything additional, Commissioner Link? All right, motion on the floor is to deny. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to item 25. This regards the T-SPLOST 2018, Project 11 and Project 12, both bike and pedestrian infrastructure for Barber Street. There's a commission-defined option from Commissioners Link and Fisher. Commissioner Link, would you like to begin?
Sure.
Make a motion.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank everybody who came out to speak on this tonight and in previous nights. And I want to thank Commissioner Fisher for working with me on this. And I want to thank staff especially. You know, they've been through this for quite a while now, and I want to stress how important it is that we get this right at the concept phase because it's a really complex project. It's about 1.5 miles of length that runs through what's essentially suburban highway, industrial cut-through, kind of a commercial neighborhood cluster, and a historic neighborhood, like literally local historic designated neighborhood. The concept that was presented was not the original concept that was recommended by the engineer or even by Athens in Motion. It's really important that we recognize the impacts of that concept that's on the table. It's basically 17 feet wide strip of pavement that will undeniably impact private property pretty devastatingly, you know, especially when it comes to large trees, historic walls, you know, beautiful antique shrubbery. It's all these things that really make Barber Street so pleasant to travel down by any mode right now, especially that historic portion of it. So in meeting with Commissioner Fisher and Commissioner Taylor and with property owners and talking with folks who live in the neighborhood and who bike down that street, and I ride my scooter down that street all the time. And I've been walking and driving and biking on Barber Street pretty much my entire 30 years in Athens. So, you know, I know it really well. And when I saw the concept, I was like, whoa, we need to really dig in and understand the impact of this. So in speaking with staff, you know, they helped me tweak some language for those inner segments where it does pose some devastating impacts to private property. And the language that we came up with gives them some real leeway to borrow from different concepts and bring that cycle track up as far as is feasible without really impacting private property devastatingly. And then turn to the shared use path concept, about 10 to 12 feet of sidewalk-style pathway that is exactly what we have along the Greenway and is exactly what we have through much of UGA North Campus, which is a very crowded place. I ride my scooter through there all the time. And you know, with that concept and the idea that they can borrow from either one side or the other for the width they need, hopefully they can, you know, get some property owners who are amenable to, you know, seeing parking spots go in one spot or go away in one spot and, a few feet of front yard in others. So I think that this also focuses a lot on pedestrian connectivity and traffic calming.
Was unanimous consent from the body for additional time for Commissioner Link?
Yes.
Thank you. This also focuses a lot on pedestrian connectivity and traffic calming, which the concept on the table did not really say much about pedestrian safety. There were minimal crosswalks. There was no sidewalk completion on the other side. What I'm hearing from a lot of my neighbors who do walk over to that Barber Street area, where you have a really thriving cluster of businesses, and they're mostly family-oriented, a lot of children-oriented businesses. You can't get from Nantahala to active climbing without crossing the street, and there's no crosswalk there, and then you'd have to cross the street again. It's a patchwork of, messy sidewalk and going over a railroad track. So I'm asking staff to look into completing that sidewalk on the opposite side too, to really make it safe for all methods. And I understand the challenges of sharing a shared use path. I know there are cyclists that would prefer to go as fast as possible, and there are pedestrians who are leery of sharing the path with with cyclists. And I'm hoping that in this concept, by increasing those crosswalks along the corridor and vastly slowing traffic, it will give pedestrians the option to easily cross the street and use that completed sidewalk if they don't have that comfort level. And it'll also give cyclists the option to use the street safely with vastly slowed traffic. I've been using the street, and there is the occasional Yahoo, but for the most part, traffic is fairly slow, and I account for the parked cars probably keep people slow in that corridor, that last end of it. So I'm just hoping that we're retaining that very separate facility, but we're giving staff much more creativity to deal with the topography and the physical challenges, and to maintain the character of the road.
Commissioner Link, could you make a motion?
I'll move that we approve the commission-defined option from Commissioner Fisher and I.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Fisher. Go ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, just want to echo what Commissioner Link has already said. Part of the reason that I'm looking at this moving forward is it's going to connect to District 5 moving forward down the Newton Bridge corridor. So I think it's a good connectivity moving forward. I think it's something that staff can work with and make it work. I think it could be a win-win for everyone. So I'm looking forward to see what the concept is going to look like, and I support this wholeheartedly.
Thanks, Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Wright.
Yes, I appreciate the extra time and getting this commission-defined option up for us to vote on. One of the main things I learned from our holding this for a while was this is just the concept. Let's get it out there and get some feedback. So I appreciate that we basically moved back, I think, Commissioner Link, to, was it March last year's work session that had the AIM recommended?
21.
21, okay. The lesser expensive option, and I think that that's the way we should be approaching our expenditures, is looking at effective spending, so.
Commissioner Myers.
Yes, you guys all know that I am a big advocate for alternative transportation in a greener world. So, of course, I am very supportive of the CDO submitted. As Commissioner Wright pointed out, we're not approving a final design, but a concept plan that'll be followed up by preliminary designs and a final design. We're not approving construction plans nor money for construction. The CDAO includes design guidance that's going to allow our engineers to work with the bike pedestrian coordinator and Vision Zero coordinator to create a safe, more comfortable area for all travelers. I think the goals of the CDAO are clear in terms of limiting impacts to private property and considering costs, as well as preserving tree canopy and historical features, and while maintaining safety and improving connectivity. I know that's what the engineers and developers will be focusing on as we move forward here. I do want to, bring up some other points here, just pretty quickly. I've written them down, to emphasize that no one is advocating for a car-free world. We're just advocating for more transportation choices.
I was reviewing another agenda item coming up on neighborhood leaders and spent a little too much time at their data hub and saw that one of the things they included is a number of households in all of the leader zones where there are people who don't have cars. And in the zones that were in my district, there are 1,300 people who don't have cars. There are equal numbers who only have one, and I'm sure there are often more than one adult in those households. So even for those who have a car, we may choose to walk or cycle for ease of travel, health, finances, social or environmental reasons. And I really want to connect this to something that people haven't been connecting it to, and that is the environmental reasons. I brought a project. I didn't bring my budget folder, but I brought Project Drawdown that has the 100 most substantive solutions to reverse global warming based on research by leading scientists and policymakers. Reports that more walkable towns reduce CO2 by 2.83 gigatons. Building infrastructure for safe bike use reduces it by 2.73, and that can increase the use of e-bikes and reduce carbon by another 1.39 tons over the forward years. So my support and advocacy for bike and pedestrian structure is not a push for leisure activities and lycra-clad cyclists. To be honest, they don't want to go on those paths. It's a push for Athens for transportation choices and for us to do our part in fighting climate change. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner Houle, and then I'll follow up with Commissioner Thornton.
Appreciate the robust remarks we've received so far from colleagues. I'll try to keep mine brief. You know, the truth is my preference would be for the original recommendation that came from staff on this, but I'm happy to support this moving forward. I'm very grateful for the work of colleagues, especially Commissioners Lincoln and Fisher, getting something together that it seems like most, if not all of us, can get behind. I'd like to highlight, you know, Vision Zero, which is one of the things that we've adopted that this connects to. It's not just about mobility choice, it's about mobility access for people who might not have that choice. And it's also about, quite literally, saving lives. Vision Zero is about reducing the number of fatalities on the roadway, and we've had a record number of them in the recent 2 years. So I believe that this really is a public safety thing and not in addition to the other things that I've heard my colleagues explicate around sustainability and options. I think the two key elements that are part of this that I'm glad that this retains flexibility for staff to see through are both connectivity. You know, you don't see people using a facility if it doesn't connect. I think I saw a good tweet, we live in the modern world of tweets, where someone says it's hard to argue for a bridge that doesn't exist yet, and all you have are people swimming across a raging river. If you try to make counts of the people swimming across the raging river, you probably won't see a lot of evidence for use. And in a lot of ways, our roads full of motor vehicles, especially the narrow ones, can be like raging rivers for people walking and biking. So I'm glad to see this move forward for the connectivity and for the separated facilities that provide that safety. I do want to echo, because I don't feel like it can be said enough with a lot of the confusion we've heard about this, that this is the concept phase. We then have to move on to the design phase where more specifics will be voted on. But, it's project number 1 on the bicycle pedestrian master plan. So why start here? Because a bunch of master plans for many years with many experts and a lot of public input have said this is the number 1 project. Let's get the concept moving forward so we can then move on to numbers 2, 3, and beyond that. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We got you.
Okay. I really, I'm going to support this. I want to thank Commissioner Fisher for coming into something that's been on the calendar for a long time. I'm going to support this because I think it's important for the folks that live in that neighborhood to get what went through the process and what was voted on. But I do want to, and I'll just keep reminding you, bikes are not for everyone. And we have commissioners and people that want to transform Atlanta, or Athens, I should say. And I guess that's why people move here, because it's more accessible.
But, when we're doing these, that SPLOST, even though it passed, we need to look at who was on those committees and who voted. So please don't make it sound like this was just a unanimous great thing for all of Athens. There's a certain group of people that are always left out and they don't show up, I admit that. But sometimes we got to think about others. So yes, I'm going to support this because I do think it's beneficial for the people in that neighborhood. But it seems to be another push to transform all of Athens.
Commissioner Taylor.
So going into this, being new, going into this, I had my reserves about changing our roads and not necessarily focusing on the infrastructure itself, having strong roads. But I do realize that as a commission, we do have to work together for the betterment of all of Athens. And so going out with Commissioner Link as well as Commissioner Fisher and being able to walk the Boulevard area, which I did as a child because I grew up in Newtown, along with the East Side, long story. But I also got on a bike with Commissioner Myers, and I'm not a bike person. I drive a car. But long story short, I think that having accessibility for bikes as well as cars would be for the betterment of all of Athens. And I got that revelation on an e-bike last week, coming up Boulevard. So, way to go.
Further input from members of the body? No other reading suggestions or mobility type references? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? I want you to be heard if you are. All right, hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right, we're moving on to item 26, and again, given that this is held over from its initial hearing in December 2022, this is the ordinance recognizing the Firefighters Mediation Act. Entertain a motion from a member of the body.
Move to approve.
Got a motion from Commissioner Houle and a second from Commissioner Taylor.
No, I think it was Thornton.
That's all right. We got multiple seconds. Go right ahead, Commissioner Houle.
Oh, well, I'll let her have it.
I'm glad we have so much enthusiasm tonight. Boy, it's been a long road, and it's a beautiful sea of red out there. We've had a lot of debate, but now that we've come this far, I think one thing I'd just like to add that I think this boils down to, not just a matter of differences of philosophy or whatever, is that supporting this tonight, I think, will boost the morale of our firefighters at a time when that's direly needed. Not passing this, I think, will further hurt that morale and may well worsen our vacancies, certainly at least worsen the morale. And, whatever differences might have been discussed along the way to get us here, given that we're here now, I really hope that this body will move forward on this. I feel confident that we will find a way to be a productive, functional, thriving government with passage of this, and I appreciate the long consideration that many people have given to get us to this point, and I especially appreciate the hard work and dedication and persistence of the people involved in Local 2795 for showing up, not just in City Hall, but day in, week out for, at this point, what's been about 2 years of advocating to get us here. So thank you for that, and I look forward to hopefully passing this tonight.
Thanks, Commissioner Houle. Commissioner Taylor?
I echo everything that Commissioner Houle said. The dedication of these 100% women, which are only 2, these women, they show up. They show up at every meeting. They're in the community. They're advocating. They're getting the information out. And to see the emotion from losing a father, I'm a daddy's girl as well. And so I just think it is a great night for each and every one of you to just pat yourselves on the back because you worked hard, and it shows the strength of the fire department of Athens-Clarke County. So you should be really proud of yourselves.
Other input from commissioners? Commissioner Link.
Can I say something now?
Go right ahead, Commissioner Thornton, and then we'll
I
go to
was trying
Commissioner
to
Link.
be second or first because I decided to support the Title 25 after the last meeting. I was touched, like all the other commissioners, about the emotion and the support and the dedication. But as I've gotten older, I'm more objective now. And I appreciated learning the resources and financial benefits working with the union brings to the table. All the other stuff is important. I don't want to sound like I'm not sentimental stuff, but at the end of the day, we need to be doing stuff that is going to have long-term effect, good effect. I'm looking forward to this vote, but I don't know if now is the time to say it, but I brought it up at the last meeting about those last two paragraphs in the title, which could open this up to something that all of us are not going to be have planned for. So I guess I'm asking Commissioner Hull if he's willing to amend or change the wording of those last two paragraphs. I did not know it was still there because I would have brought it up before now. But if those last two paragraphs are still there, the way they were written originally and the way I addressed it at the last meeting, if he would amend his motion to delete that, I can support it.
Commissioner Hull, Commissioner Thornton has asked if you would seek to amend your motion to do everything but strike the last two whereas paragraphs.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those paragraphs. I mean, I would like to highlight that the whereas portions of this don't have any binding component. You know, they're just sort of expressions of a collective will. I'd also like to emphasize that without getting too deep into the weeds of how we got here, part of why we've not been able to modify the document is because in order to keep it on the agenda, we had to keep it as is because it's just here by virtue of extensions of things that involved kind of, you know, maneuvering to get it on the agenda in the first place. You know, I'm not personally enthusiastic about changing this last minute. We haven't heard anyone from the IAFF or anyone but one speaker speak to the critique of these two clauses. But I guess in the spirit of compromise, I'll offer this. In the second to last whereas clause, replacing the word employees with firefighters, and in the final whereas clause, replacing the word employers with ACC Gov, and let's see, adding the phrase such as Local 2795 and striking everything after and striking and institutions supporting cooperatively and or democratically organized workplaces. So if people are amenable to that as a compromise, it hones in specifically on the firefighters. I would also like to point out that long before this was on our agenda, myself and a few others on the commission were working with members of the IAFF to bring forth a proposal. And way back then, the discussion was around not wanting to give special treatment to just one department, and this language was added in to try to emphasize that we had a desire to not give special treatment, but to actually extend this insofar as we could to other employees of the government and other public sector employees.
Could you repeat those changes one more time, Mr. Commissioner?
Yeah, so, you know, I'll modify my original motion to approve with the amendments that we strike the word employees from the penultimate whereas clause and replace it with firefighters. That we strike the word employers from the final whereas clause and replace it with ACC Gov. And that we strike and institutions supporting cooperatively and or democratically organized workplaces and replace that with such as Local 2795. I hope that feels like it captures the
Commissioner
spirit
Wool,
of the
I'm
concern.
sorry I'm not there. But you're making this a little bit more complicated than it has to be.
Well, I'll point out that modifying it at all is making it a little more complicated than it has to be. I'm trying to meet in the middle here.
Sir, sweetie, talk in your mic.
Commissioner Thornton, it's been modified to specifically identify the firefighters and the specific local rather than some of the other elements. So I've got modification from Commissioner Houle. Is there acceptance from seconder Commissioner Taylor? Yep. All right, acceptance from Commissioner Taylor. All right. Got a couple other folks who are lined up to speak. Commissioner Culpepper.
Should we reference Title 25 in this, in that verbiage?
I mean, I think it was well stated by Commissioner Houle. The whereas elements of these are effectively poetry, and the substance is the ordinance.
There's literally nothing binding about these whereas clauses. It's just something to read that sounds nice. So.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I am supportive of this. I believe in giving employees as many ways to voice their ideas and concerns as possible. And I think it's really clear from the presence here and night after night that the Firefighters Union is an already existing organization with a lot of connections between you all, and that we should work with that organizational structure for the benefit of the employees in the fire department. And so, you know, we know that the Firefighters Mediation Act doesn't allow striking and work stoppages, so we don't have that worry there. I do appreciate the concerns brought forth and the honest discussion we had back and forth with the manager's office about this kind of precedent, but after weighing the pros and cons, I'm going with the pros, and with a lot of hope that this is going to work for the benefit here of all involved. I do want to reassure the public that our ACC staff is already working to address some of the issues that have been brought up. They're not issues that aren't acknowledged already. We have $25,000, I believe, in the budget for a continuing of our compensation and payroll study. Is that correct?
250.
250. There are job vacancies, and we talked a lot about job vacancies, and they clearly are important to the firefighters, but this is part of a trend in this county and across the whole country in the workforce right now. And in fact, and this is mostly for the public, that the vacancy rate in the fire department is 13%, where in the police department it's 19%, sheriff's office 27, transportation 23, and central services 22. So this is an issue across the county government and in the workforce at large. And also, I do want to reassure the public that we are already funding the firefighters. The mayor's budget includes actually, I think, the 6 new positions, which is way more than any department is getting in, and many have requested it, as well as a lot of equipment as well. So I do want to reassure the public that our management and staff are already working to address some of the needs of the fire department, and I look forward to us continuing to do that as well.
Anyone else before I refer to Commissioner Link?
I haven't spoken yet.
Good.
Mayor, and also remind people that are listening, our constituents, that this ordinance can be changed like any other ordinance. So if things do start going sideways, we can revisit this. It's nothing sealed in stone, but it does show an attempt to really work together, which is a new thing for us to work with an entity like that. But this does not. This is not anything that's going to send us over the cliff if we see we're going over the cliff.
You're
So,
correct,
I
Commissioner. Any
support
ordinance can absolutely be changed or modified at future points. This is true. Commissioner Wright.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Melissa had already talked. We're still on the first-time speakers, so I'm in line.
I'm sorry, Melissa, I thought about the last one. Go ahead.
I know, I burned in your brain.
Yeah, she had extra time for Barber Street.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, and I don't know how many times previously, to speak so passionately about this issue, and I am 100% supportive and always have been from day one. And even more so after hearing the presentation from representatives from the regional and national organization, and all the resources they can bring to this local government. I feel like we have folks here who can advocate not just to us for resources, but to the state and federal grant levels, and possibly bring more revenues in, and looking to policies in other communities that we could put into action here. We're looking at passing a budget tonight, and we have to find a couple $1 million for a new ladder truck, and we're in a dire place where we need to get on that immediately. And I feel like if we had a union in that course of communication, we might have known about that a little bit sooner, or it might have the importance of it might have been communicated to us a little sooner. So I see this as, a great partnership and a great opportunity, not just for the firefighters, but for this local government in general, and for our community in general, to increase the safety across our community.
Commissioner Ray.
Oh, I'm next? Okay. Well, I guess I'll start off with saying that I'm glad we did have the additional study time that we sort of put out there from the December time. I've learned a lot from both sides in discussions and research, and reaching back out to my hometown, Lexington, Kentucky, and finding out how this went for them there. The feedback isn't as overflowingly heavenly as is presented here, but my main concern is that I feel that when this passes, it's going to have an adverse effect on us as a unified government. I think all of our departments are overworked, underpaid, and that it's our duty as elected officials, working with our management, staff, the other chiefs, the department heads, to let the employees be heard as a whole and not do divisive. I think this is going to be divisive it might help the morale of this group, but I don't think it's going to help the other morale. We have other departments. We've had people die in their line of duty. And so I will not be supporting this, and I don't think it's going to interfere with it passing, but it's not unanimous in the fire department, it's not unanimous in our other employees, and so my vote is just a reflection that this idea is not unanimous.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, there is a motion on the floor from Commissioner Houle as modified, second from Commissioner Taylor. We'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Poole?
Yes.
Culpepper?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
Yes.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
Yes.
Link?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Wright?
No?
Fisher?
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate it very much. As you know, I supported a different route to employee support, but I appreciate the advocacy that's in the room here. I think it's honest and good-hearted and in good faith. Do want to let the employees of the government know that we have in the Government Operations Committee that Commissioner Davenport chairs right now engagement opportunities that are countywide. That's something we want to do, is make sure that whether you're in central services or PD or solid waste or transit, you're heard as well. And so those are under construction as we speak, and I'm looking forward to all of those being opportunities to hear voices. Moving on to 27, which is the Community Energy Fund. This is the potential projects and initiatives.
Mr. Mayor, if I may clarify, does that mean you're going to let that passage stand?
I'm going to let passage stand. Veto-proof majority. Absolutely.
Thank you.
This is potential projects and a proposed policy revision. So I'd entertain a motion regarding 27.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion from Commissioner Myers to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Myers, any follow-up comments?
Yeah, I just want to Well, this actually builds on my book from before, but this is part of our attempt to make our transition to 100% clean and renewable energy for the community. And this was a great idea that came up a year or two ago. I can't remember when it was. It's in the notes there. But to take a percentage of the funds that come from our franchise fees from utilities, and the part that I think we get about 4% comes to the county, and to use anything above what we were getting at the time this went into motion to help with clean energy projects. I think some of these revisions, originally the intent is still there to have this fund available to support energy transition goals and projects in communities that are middle and lower income communities. I think there's been some changes added to this because there's now an awareness of limitations because of the gratuities clause. And I appreciate staff having made the changes so that we can continue forward using this fund and start getting some of these changes done. So I'm happy to support this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor, any follow-up?
No.
Input from other members of the body? All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 28 is SPLOST 2020 Project 19, Bishop Park Improvements. Staff put this out to bid once and have not received favorable bids. So the staff recommendation at this point is to look for modifications in the program, and so you've got that in the form of a motion in front of you. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Wright, any follow-up?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Commissioner Taylor?
Me too.
All right. Commissioner Houle?
Just wanted to briefly ask if the manager could clarify what the new timeline is. I think there's going to be some impacts to the public as a result of sending this back out to bid, and maybe it would be good to just get that on the record while we're here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, this is not what we counted on. As a matter of fact, we thought the pool would just be down for this summer, and to save money, they've already sort of picked apart some of the filter system to supply parts to some of our others. And we already had planned not to have it open this summer. What staff's going to do, because the bid's so high, is get a cost estimate from a third party to see if the project designer is in the ballpark, and this was an anomaly. We're also going to look at state contract architects and see if we can come up with some other ideas to value engineer this. But all that being said, we expect to hopefully have a construction contract award later this year, maybe a notice to proceed in January. And of course, that's going to impact this pool season as well as 24, and have this wrapped up in time for the 25 pool season.
Thanks for that update. I appreciate it. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, so in this portion of the renovations to Bishop Park, it includes the pool, but does it also include the splash pad that's part of the plan?
I know there was talk about that, and I think Commissioner Davenport helped sponsor CDO. I can't remember how much of that splash pad was involved in that concept, but I can...
I recall that the splash pad being included in the concept for the master plan. I'm just wondering if it's included in this portion, if that was part of the bid for them to do a pool and splash pad.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And that's Denson.
I don't think so. Oh, Denson, sorry.
It was Denson, yeah.
Sorry. I remember there being a lot of discussion around
Yeah.
that. I think that we went with what y'all approved.
So that was part of this RFP?
I believe so, but I can confirm that tomorrow.
Okay, because I'm wondering if the RFP could be phased to at least get that splash pad constructed as we work through the pool difficulties, or I don't know if that would be any
Well,
recreating
in construction.
Well, if the splash pad is, in my memory, it was proximate to the pool.
Yeah.
And all of it's got to come out,
So it's because of the pump system being shared, it would be difficult.
I'm sure that's part of it, but also, as Commissioner Wright indicated, the proximity to it's going to put it right in the construction zone.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to reclaim that pool, the old one, and go back with new.
Any further questions or input from members of the body?
I think that is going to be so great. I went to Bishop Park yesterday, and I noticed that the pool was out of commission, but I also remember the conversations on this topic, so I'm really excited to see the new pool. Fingers crossed. I ain't getting in it, but, you know, I can't swim.
Well, if I might, staff is reminding me that in this bid was not the splash pad, because we were trying to get a base bid. There were some spray jets involved. So I need to go back and see what was agreed to. The provision was, you know, if we got something in the ballpark, we could add it. But in the current RFP, the bid that went out, the staff is telling me that was not, the splash pad was not included.
Okay.
Part of the base
So
bid.
it's a separate, it would be a separate bid process.
All right, so motion on the floor is to allow staff to review and rebid. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, item 29 is the neighborhood leaders contract renewal. I know I spoke with Commissioner Thornton earlier today, and she's interested in bringing forward a commission-defined option. So Commissioner Thornton, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Mayor. This conversation didn't happen today. There's been several conversations about the neighborhood leaders, what are they doing in a relationship to the commission and the community. And I think that since the neighborhood leaders have been functioning since 2021, I know in my district I see a huge improvement in relationships, and also I think Dexter Fisher mentioned the same. But what I'm asking for is to extend their contract to amend and their goals and their deliveries for the upcoming year of 2024. I'm asking that we have a discussion at our work session in August. I think Manager Williams has volunteered to kind of take a poll and see where we are, so we can see where the neighborhood leaders are and where we are. So it's not a negative, it's not a shutdown. It's given us 3 months to revisit the goals and the deliverables and the relationship with the commission. And then upon the September meeting, we'll vote their contract or vote with the changes. So that's my motion that we, and this does not change the 4% increase, nor does this take them and say we're shutting it down. I need to make that real clear. So I just think from the conversations that I'm having with people in the community, it's like a check-in, and we can do that check-in in August. So that's my motion, that we will review their contract in 90 days.
All right, so motion is to renew the contract through the first week of September, along with whatever raise is suggested within the budget ordinance. And I'm glad to have a work session on this in August so we can engage around whatever amended goals or priorities there may be. And then in September the 5th, I believe is the first Tuesday of the month, we would vote on an extension for the remainder of the year with whatever modifications are suggested by the body at that point. So Commissioner Thornton has made a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, there's a second from Commissioner Taylor. Manager Williams, any procedural?
You covered
notes
it,
for us?
sir.
Okay, appreciate that. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I was looking, I believe it's in the facts and issues, but it mentioned that there would be a work presentation in January through March 2024. And actually, I was thinking it would be really great to have that a lot earlier, at where staff will ensure that FCCIS, Family Connections, presents on program accomplishments in the year prior and plans for the upcoming fiscal year. And I guess we're adding, more or less including a reevaluation of their goals. Is that what Commissioner Thornton is suggesting as well, or a review of their goals?
I'm sorry.
Generally, yes. Yeah, that we would review the goals and maybe even the metrics by which the program is gauged by this body.
So I think there's several things that I've heard, come up, and, everything from residence requirements to the outcomes we want to measure. The Family Connection Communities and Schools did provide several options, status quo versus 4% versus a young neighborhood leaders. So on all those things, just kind of reviewing the scope of services to make sure that is furthering the purposes that you want. And I'll try and collect that information and give it back to you and sit down with the leaders at Family Connection. And then if y'all would like, Commissioner Thornton indicated a work session in August. We can have all that, have them there to present, and then you can decide which version that you'd like to proceed with.
Commissioner Taylor, I don't think I gave you an opportunity for any follow-up comments, so you can do that now if you'd like.
I think that this will be a great opportunity for us to sit down, both entities, to discuss what we see as far as outcomes with our neighborhood leaders, how our neighborhood leaders are making an impact in the neighborhoods that they are leading, and their involvement with the residents. Because I mean, being in the community, I do hear it from both sides, the community leaders not getting residents to show up, but residents not showing up because they don't know their community leader unless they're having a resource fair or resource anything within the community that day. So I think having a work session and laying out expectations so that we get better outcomes that will overall benefit the communities that they're leading and serving. I don't think that that'll be a waste of time. I think it's a great opportunity for both sides.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we weren't in the time constraining situation we are with the upcoming recess and the budget adoption, I would be hesitant to support this sort of thing on the fly, but I'm inclined to get on board hearing concerns raised by colleagues. But I just want to say that I think that the Neighborhood Leaders Program has been in many ways a big success for this community. No program is perfect, but I think that there's been a lot of good that's come from this. And I do worry about the impact of us, forcing something this soon. So I think I just wanted to check with staff. Does the timeline as it's been mapped out really give enough time for us to have that discussion, and then for staff to work through a modified contract, and for their staff, which we know is going through transitions as well, to work through the modifications of that contract and get it back in time for the program to remain afloat?
Well, my intent, and hopefully, I know everybody's taking a break, but that I would begin the email feedback almost immediately and compile that and then give it back to you, maybe some iterations of that. And y'all can bring up your concerns, and I'll try and tease out those themes and address them. And
That would all be by email, right? That wouldn't be a public meeting?
Yes. Now, if you want to have public meetings on it, that's a different story. But ultimately, what I was going to say is over the next 30 days, we could do that. And then going into July, and before y'all came back, we have something to look at, which you could go into August work session and review further. And meanwhile, I will have met with the other group and said, here's the things they're looking for, and try and find some common ground. So hopefully we hit that August work session with a plan. You can still give feedback, and we would have it in the September cycle based on the 90-day schedule.
I think I'd like to ask, if this is I'd like to ask the original motioner, Commissioner Thornton, and the seconder, Commissioner Taylor, if we can extend this through the first 2 quarters. And, obviously, we're going to try to get through it sooner if possible, but just to give a little more time and ensure that the program, which it sounds like we all want to make sure moves forward in some capacity, is able to stay afloat without creating kind of a hectic revision process. Because what I fear is that we do this tonight, and it, in theory, sounds good, but then there's disagreements by email, and there's a robust discussion at the work session, and then it's actually we're not in a position to move forward in August. So, yeah.
If I could, I think
with, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Commissioner Thornton, but I think what we're trying to do here is get an understanding between both entities, so that the community is better served. Because it's one thing to put someone in a community to say that you lead this community, but actually don't do anything for that community, and so there is no community involvement. And so I think that's what this is trying to do, is bridge that gap so that the communities are actually being served. And I'm not speaking for all of the communities, and I'm not even speaking towards the program. I think that the program is a very good program, but to be a sustainable program, it has to have community involvement. And so that's just, yeah.
Commissioner Thornton, that just as motion, or kind of question from Commissioner Houle is, would you be acceptable with 2 quarters rather than 1 quarter to provide a little bit more time for the engagement?
I don't see a problem with that. But,
Commissioner Thornton?
she did CDL, Commissioner.
Do we lose her again?
I think you're muted, Commissioner. All right, we'll return as soon as you're on, Commissioner. Commissioner Wright?
Well, the other thought is, I mean, if it's not moving fast enough, we also can extend it. I mean, it's not absolute for the September 5 if we're not making the headway that we want in the dialogue and the discussions and stuff. And I think this would probably be a retreat versus a work session might help speed that up, which is mid-August. That might be too late. But anyway, this isn't set, because just like other things, we're not ready yet. We put things in, and anyway, I just don't know if another quarter is going to be needed. But
Commissioner Davenport?
Yes, sorry, I've been working out, so I can't raise my hand all day. Trying to lose some weight. I had a doctor's appointment in the morning.
That's a real humble brag.
So, I don't mind doing a 90-day. I think it's a healthy compromise to take a look and ask some questions and give them enough time to provide feedback. I do have some concerns with the neighborhood leaders. I've expressed it with some of my colleagues. I think 2 of them don't even live in Athens-Clarke County anymore. I know, I know the Winterville one. I used to represent that district. She's fantastic in Barnett Shoals on my side, but I don't really hear from, because there's 16 of them, I really don't hear from like 12 of them. So, just if this is intent to get feedback from the community and educate the community, we need to have at least quarterly reports, which we were promised. We have not received. There's been a lot of leadership changes. For me, I just want to make sure that the taxpayers is getting what they deserve and that our community is being served.
Commissioner Myers, back to you.
Yeah, well, I didn't speak on this one there yet. But the only thing I wanted to say was that I think there is a lot of discussion. I'm wary of just having this as one more item on the work session when there's clearly a lot of back and forth, and it doesn't really give us the ability to talk with the neighborhood leaders and such. So, a lot of times we have an emphasis on our work sessions of getting the report in tightly, keeping to 15 minutes of discussion and moving on. And it sounds like from the discussions that I've had with Commissioner Thornton and other people that it would be nice to have a environment where we had a little bit more time to explore this. If we're, I think also because this is a program that started before I came on the commission, but it hasn't been there for that long. And I remember hearing about it when I was sitting out there, and it's becoming a long-term commitment, and we haven't had a lengthy or a thoughtful arena in which to discuss it. So I'm wondering if it might deserve its own meeting on that. But I'm just throwing out some thoughts.
Commissioner, we have sometimes taken the opportunity for a second work session in a month. I think we've got 5 or 6 things already on the work session calendar for August. Obviously, we have a retreat in August as well. We may want to carve out some time for this discussion during the retreat. I think that'd be an optimal opportunity. I'll say very broadly, I've been happy with most components of the program. Obviously, some of the specific activities are embedded in the agenda report, particularly a long under-attained asset in this community are SNAP and WIC benefits. This program has allowed us as a community to draw down more than $7 million of those dollars that should have been in the households that we represent and had not been. So that's just one item. I'll also note, when I hosted mayors from across the state here, the Neighborhood Leaders Program is one of the things we highlighted as a great asset in keeping with what we know about what provides for safe communities, which is that outreach to those neighborhoods keeps communities safer. That's been well documented in places like the work of Princeton sociologist Patrick Sharkey. So I'm really glad to see some amendments here. And if we need a little more time, let's have this conversation at the retreat. I think that's not a bad idea. Manager Williams.
Well, if you are continuing to consider extending the timeline, I don't want to add confusion, but this might save us confusion in the future. We have to remember from the time you vote, it does take some time to get the contract signed. You know, insurance confirmed and all that. So we're going to work to get this done in 3 months and get that award done in September, but you might extend it to 5 months, if you will, just so we don't get in a situation where you have to have a special call meeting so those folks can get paid because we haven't gotten the contract executed.
So Manager Williams is expressing the desire for some breathing room. So I guess we'll return to that core question. Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Thornton, would 5 months be acceptable to you, just to give us a little bit of space for whatever negotiation and modification in the contract may be necessary?
I don't want to speak for Commissioner Thornton, but I think that is enough time because, you know, you want to give both sides the time to talk, understanding. 5 months is good. 5 months is.
And this is with the caveat that you're going to get an email next week starting the conversation. So we're not going to wait 4 months to talk about it.
Commissioner Thornton, does 5 months sound acceptable to you? Is she muted? Commissioner Thornton, you muted? We may need to reconnect to Commissioner Thornton.
So can we move on and come back to that? Because she made the motion, we can't modify it until.
Would it be helpful to make a substitute motion to move us along?
If somebody would make a substitute motion,
I'll make
we
a
could do that.
substitute motion to adopt the motion from Commissioner Thornton with the language amended to extend it through a 5-month timeline. Does that?
I'll second it. Ms. Ovieda's gonna be pissed.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hool. I've got a second from Commissioner Taylor. Just to amend this to 5 months, all the other provisions in place, just to give us a little time. I certainly have been in contract negotiations myself as an administrator. I know it just takes some time. So I think this would give everybody the breathing room and still achieve the same end. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm gonna have to oppose it, with all due respect to the box.
All right,
Okay.
I'm just gonna, I mean, it's still passing, but I just
okay,
want to give respect to the motion.
all right. Please note opposition from Commissioner Wright. All right, moving on to authorization of funding toward the development of workforce development strategic plan. So this item would do two things. First, it would allocate about $27,000 from our general fund operating contingency to be a partner in a workforce development plan, much in the spirit of the West Alabama plan centered in Tuscaloosa that I think folks have become familiar with over the last year. And secondly, it would amend some earlier language around our ARPA expenditure, around business development and workforce support, to include some additional caveats, including identifying links to high-wage, high-growth industries and building a local workforce pipeline for positions that public and private employers are struggling to fill. So that's in the language in front of you. And then it would enable me to create a task force who would be our advisory body around workforce development. So entertain a motion regarding this item.
Just real quick, did you say we're chipping that in with others, or is that the sole funder for that?
We would be co-funding it.
Okay, perfect.
Yep,
Thank you.
co-funding it. The chamber's funding it at the same level, $27,000.
May I ask a couple questions?
Well, is somebody willing to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All All right, it's got a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Fisher. Commissioner Davenport, any follow-up?
Just a basic, agreement with the, motion to approve.
Commissioner Fisher?
No, I'm glad to see we changed, I'm glad to see we changed some of the language on the, floor wages and stuff. Again, like I said, I don't want us to be tied down by a number for, when we're looking at, our workforce. And again, we need to understand what workforce is. Workforce, to me, is making sure that we have the people to do the job we're coming to our community. And I don't want that to get lost in what we're trying to do here. So I'm gonna support this going forward, but I want to make sure that what we're looking at, what we're trying to do with the partnership with the chamber, that we're not scaring off businesses because certain things that we put into this language. So I just want us to be mindful of that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions kind of piggybacking from our work session on the 23rd. The first was, I'd asked for the Georgia Cooperative Development Center to be included on the list, and I see that it's not. Is that something that was left off on purpose or by mistake?
I apologize, I thought that was sort of in a consulting capacity, but I'm happy to reach out to them as a member of the body.
Okay. And then I know we had also talked about kind of clarifying who would chair or facilitate the group. Is that, I didn't see that language built into this, but is that something that we want to make sure is built into it? For example, like saying that upon their first meeting, the board will vote themselves to designate one of their members as the chair?
So this would have two commissioners co-chair.
Okay, the commissioners would be chairing.
That's correct.
Okay. If the motioners are amenable to just amend the approval to include the Georgia Cooperative Development Center, I'm happy to support this.
I move to amend, including the Georgia Cooperative Center.
And perhaps we could say the Georgia Cooperative Development Center or another organization specializing in the advancement of cooperative businesses, so that there's some flexibility if for some reason they specifically.
Commissioner Fisher,
Yeah.
acceptable with that modification?
No, I'm not, because I'm not understanding, again, what we're trying to do here. Again, when I think of workforce, I think of finding people who's gonna be employed with industry that comes into our community. And I know, and you correct me, Commissioner Houle, if that part of small businesses that this co-op you talked about trying to bring on?
Yes, and specifically also helping maybe with succession plans of small businesses, as well as helping develop what they call secondary co-ops, which is kind of like a federation of a bunch of micro businesses working cooperatively. I think there's a lot of good information that specifically GCDC could offer. And this also speaks to one of the things on the list in the agenda item, which is the development of cooperatives, including secondary cooperatives. So, my hope is just to have an organization that specializes in that at the table, recognizing that none of the organizations currently listed specialize in that.
And I do know that the Daily Grocery on Prince Avenue is a member of that.
Right. So I guess what would put me at ease, it does say business development and workforce development. So I guess I can go along with that because it does say business. But I just want us to make sure that we don't get all this confused in what direction we're trying to go in.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, and I would just emphasize that would just be one member of the group and not, not one member of a larger group, so only has one vote, right?
I know.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I know that I brought this up in our retreat and since then, but, I just want to make sure that workforce includes workers who are engaged in social services, because that's really where we seem to have a need, where we have nonprofits who, we offer funding to, but they don't necessarily have the capacity or the bureaucratic ability to keep up with the distribution of the funds or the reporting requirements. So I'm hoping that this plan can engage that aspect of the workforce too, because that is work, as we know from our neighborhood leaders who do that kind of work.
And directly to your point, the language around hard-to-fill public sector jobs was at least part of this identification. You can go talk to DFACS right now about their challenge in garnering caseworkers for their very significant role in this community.
Thank you.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 31, the long-awaited adoption of the FY24 operating and
Mr.
capital
Mayor.
budget. Yes.
There was actually a budget ordinance for 30.
Oh, budget ordinance. Can you please read that ordinance?
An ordinance to amend the FY 2024 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding to the Athens Area Chamber and Commerce for a workforce development study and analysis and for other purposes.
All right, let's affirm that. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. I appreciate that note, Attorney Drake. All right, again, item 31 is most important thing we do every year, adoption of the FY24 operating and capital budget, establishment of 2023 property tax rates, approval of a schedule of fees and charges for FY24, and other purposes. Commissioner Hamby, I'm going to go ahead and turn to you as the first defined option presenter.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief. I think we've discussed this, and I just want to highlight some of the things that are in working with Commissioner Fisher and Commissioner Culpepper. As we realized when this budget started, the tax digest grew by $3.7 million in property taxes. This budget does decrease the amount of property taxes or millage rate to 0.75. However, it's the main difference in the mayor's budget is the mayor's budget had a 7.4 increase in property tax collection. This one has a 5.8 increase in property tax collection. It also does increase the parking change that we haven't done in a while. We were waiting until Clayton Street got done in order to implement that, and some transfer to hotel motel funds so that we can fully fund the requests that have been made here by several folks who do community events in our community and worthwhile community events. You know, and when you go through these projects or when you go through this budget, Manager Williams has highlighted some of the changes in here, and when you start looking at it, there's not that many, but there's some significant ones that I think do matter. One was, of course, the millage rate, and I'll just speak to that real quickly. You know, $40, as we've heard, may seem not like a lot to somebody, but to somebody it does. And what does matter, I think, to a lot of folks too, is the cumulative effect. Not only in what they're paying in the property taxes of today, but also in other things that are costing them money in their lives, food and gas, childcare, and such as that. So we try to take that into effect, and so that we can make sure that folks are meeting their needs. So when you go through the expenditures, we add some expenditures that aren't necessarily in the mayor's budget, but we also increase some of the expenditures, like the public defender increase, like the library increase. We do add 2 additional positions to the homeless street outreach positions. We do start, which is going to be one of the recommendations when we return with the homeless study, that we do start the homeless flex fund that will be made available. We do have in here victim mental health counseling. We do have in here making sure that we have our fleet funded as the mayor put it in his budget, and actually add an additional $320,000 to that. We do take away some things, and one of the things we take away is, of course, the government affairs professional services. At some point in time, we may need to re-examine that, but at this point in time, we might need to re-examine how we approach things as well. The community partnership decrease.
Unanimous consent for additional time for Commissioner Hamby?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to. The community commission budget, the community partnership decrease, and of course, just because we're decreasing it doesn't mean that we want to discuss it in FY25 when this is scheduled to come online in FY25. So certainly that we're not going to. This is a new program or a new way of doing our independent agencies, and the independent agencies will be funded, and we just feel like if they're funded this year, and this money's not subject to being used until next year, so let's just wait till next year's budget and see what changes, if needed, need to be done to our independent agency program. The commission budget decrease, we take that down by about $20,000. Commissioner Myers talked about the community energy pre-fund, saves us a little bit of money. And, I am on the pension board. The pension board discussed, when we allocated the $75, this was brought up at the pension board as far as a way to help meet some of those needs. Our actuarial, Aon is the company that does it for us. Y'all seen the materials where they said you could use up to $1 million over the next 3 or 4 years in order to meet our required annual contribution to the pension fund. We certainly don't do that here, just use the $500,000. I will say this, our budget fund, didn't do as well last year, but it's on the rebound, and I hope it stays that way. This year to date, it's up at about 5.7% as compared to last year. So there is that, and we have used this mechanism before when we last gave the employees a $50 amount, or their pension folks a $50 amount. It was back in 2010 or 2011, somewhere around that time, if I remember correctly. And you could see the other hotel motel fund quarter improvement increase to help keep our quarters looking good. Additional event funding from that too. And again, we look at the capital projects. We recognize the importance of the live stream, put that back in there, fully funded at $800,000. Alleyway improvements, historic designation opportunities, the land department use now economic analysis, and we did take out the branding initiative. I know CVP just did a branding initiative, but I also know that we have a lot of talented people in this community, and maybe we ought to look at talented students at our public schools here that we could arrange something to work with them on doing something like that. And I think that'd be a good way. The branding initiative would actually be a good way to build a community spirit around our town.
Unanimous consent for additional time?
I'm about done, Mayor. I'm sorry, and I'm not going to keep you long, but I do think you'll go down and see that we do have some ARPA dollars that we use. We do utilize less dollars than the other CDO that this comparison is made to, and we don't put in the fleet replacement funding for fire apparatus. That $1.7 million, it's good, but we're not buying that fire truck until FY28. And I know ARPA dollars, I see how you're doing it here. You're doing it to balance the budget or using it under budget balancing, but it's still listed as a fleet replacement for fire, and those dollars have to be utilized by FY26. So it's just a little something to think about there. But at any rate, I'm going to make a motion to approve the commissioners Hamby, Fisher, and Culpepper budget, and I hope you see what we've tried to do and make sure to incorporate everybody's opinion and everybody's thoughts and do that, but also to do what we can to make this budget sustainable and lasting for next year and the years to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, a second from Commissioner Fisher. I'm going to give you a second, but I want to go ahead and have Attorney Drake read the ordinance.
An ordinance to provide for the raising of revenues and the appropriation of funds for the Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, for the fiscal year 2024, beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024, to provide for the operations of government departments, boards, agencies, elected offices, and other governmental activities, to provide for the level of personnel authorized for the various departments and agencies, to provide for a capital budget, to establish 2023 property taxes, to establish compensation for the charter officers, to establish rate and structure of fiscal year 2024 health insurance programs, to establish fees and charges, to repeal conflicting ordinances, to provide effective dates, and for other purposes.
I appreciate it. Attorney Drake, go right ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Commissioner Hamby and Culpepper for working on this. I think we heard our community loud and clear. All of us have different constituents, and I heard from school teachers that are retired. I heard from people that used to work for me at the University of Georgia, that are custodial staff that own their homes. those folks, they want to see their property tax lower. Unfortunately, some of them live in areas because of gentrification. Their housing has shot up, and so have their property taxes. So, we need to make sure that, we take care of all, like I said, they might not have been here speaking, but I heard them loud and clear. So I think our budget that we put together is a good one. Also, I want to emphasize that we put more money in for our staff, also for our public safety adjustments. There are some things that we could do that I think will save us money still. We put over $400,000 to purchase our computers. We can lease those computers out, easily processed to do, and that can save us money on the front end. Same thing, we decided to get the ladder truck or the fire truck. I hope the manager will look into whether or not we can lease that. So there are things that we can do, continue to save money and put back in for us to operate if we need to operate. So I'm gonna support the Hammy Fisher Culpepper's budget, and I just think it's the right thing to do. And I think I heard from my constituents and from other folks loud and clear that they want us to lower the millage. And moving forward, Mayor, and I mentioned this earlier, I think hopefully when we get to our retreat, we can get a clear understanding of how a tax assessor office work, so we can be, as commissioners, a little bit more educated, so we can make sure that we're telling the public what's going on, why they property taxes are the way they're assessed, and that way they give us a better understanding, and we can really be more educated, and we can get out in front of this thing early with all the homestead exemptions and stuff, and make sure, again, we tell our story when it comes to our taxes and things like that moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion to approve the Houle-Myers CDO.
And I'll second that.
I've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Houle, second from Commissioner Myers. Go right ahead, Commissioner Houle.
I'd like to ask for a little grace on maybe having a minor time extension as well, although I'm going to try to move through this quickly.
So granted.
Thank
And
you.
if you'll get your mic closer so we can hear.
Oh, I'm trying to lean into this
Move
thing.
it toward it. Yeah,
All right,
we don't want
right
you to
on
be
it.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We don't
Good,
want
right
you to
in
be
it.
uncomfortable.
I got to
Grab the mic.
use my rock and roll experience
Get your-
here. Yeah. All right. So, the truth is, I'm glad that for the work that has made these.
I'm trying to get him there.
I am right on it. I don't know what else to do.
Okay, I got you.
She hears you now.
All right, Commissioner
Okay.
Thornton's got it.
My voice is haggard. I've done a lot of talking to a lot of y'all and a lot of others on the phone for days. I'm glad for the work that has made these proposals quite similar for this year. I really think that the differences are almost more for the years ahead. But to really quickly run through things that are the same this year, even me of all people agreed, we're going to put the rifles back in. But we've got the attorney pay enhancement, firefighter cancer screening, fully funding the library request, fully funding the public defender request, increasing Athens tutorial funding, increasing council on aging funding, the treatment services administrator and the judicial AV administrator for the Superior Court, the DUI drug court transfer to alleviate the burden on participants in that, the solicitor, victim advocate, investigator positions, the bulletproof vest for the solicitor's office, the neighborhood leaders program, the street outreach positions with advantage, victim mental health counseling, the increase in community events program funding. It's, in the weeds, done a slightly different way, but it's basically coming from the same place and doing the same thing. The correction for fleet replacement is the same. Couple of the same decreases are on the operating contingency, that money that the mayor had left for us to play with. The government affairs professional services being removed, but I'm hoping that we can talk about that at our retreat. The community energy fund correction, the addition of the planning department's land use economic analysis, which I'm glad we all agree is important, the planning department historic designation RFP, the alleyway improvements, the sheriff capital project requests, and the corridor improvements, again, in a different place, all the same. The ACC Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures also in there. So what are the differences, we might ask? Well, I'd like to start with fiscal sustainability. We are trading very minimal help for the average homeowner. We've heard it, we've seen the math. It's under $40 for someone who has the average price home in this community for the whole year. It's a lot more if you're Prosperity Capital Partners or Walmart or something. But it's very minimal for the average homeowner that we've been hearing from. But it has a detrimental impact on our budget for future years. So it begs the question, how will we fund all these good things that everyone has agreed we want to add if we're cutting the millage rate? And how do we catch up on the backlog that this commission has inherited from decades of underfunding capital projects in past budgets? So in my view, I don't want to trade a short-term gesture to our constituents for long-term fiscal sustainability for the whole community. My concerns with the non-renewable funding sources, which is kind of deep in the weeds, the way that we kind of subsidize this additional millage rate decrease, because also to be clear, this proposal does move to decrease the millage rate still. You know, we began not wanting to. I agree with the mayor that we do well to hold it steady after decreasing it 2 years in a row previously and acknowledging the major increase, having the largest homestead exemption in the state, and also adding the homestead exemption to freeze taxes for low-income people who are on a fixed income or otherwise. But we moved in the direction that the other proposal has, down to 0.3. So we're really talking about less than a $500,000 change. And that's just very little. Again, you know, about $36, I think, on average for the average homeowner. But if we think about things like the TAS, if we think about the mall agreement we just struck, that's $500 million. You know, that $500,000 has a huge impact on that. If we think about the way that it makes our community ripe for predatory investment companies to come buy up property while the taxes are low, it does that. And then if we look at the ARPA money, Commissioner Hamby's proposal does use less ARPA money overall, but it has a higher dependence on that ARPA money for funding things that are not one-time. And that includes the stormwater pipes, which we're way behind on, the homeless street outreach team, pulling more from the homeless ARPA bucket, and a much larger, I think it's about 3 times, increase to the general fund transfer, which is basically how that, you know, last-minute addition to even more wage increase is paid for. Some of the differences also include major cuts to our Housing and Community Development Department. I mean, we can talk about the details of why staff, anticipating a very tight fiscal budget, and the mayor in agreement, brought forth the community partnership decrease, brought forth the coordination of our many master plans under the reorganization of HCD for this consultant for a 5-year plan. But at the end of the day, it's basically just we're affording this millage rate decrease by cutting funding for the Housing and Community Development Department, and I don't feel like that's a good thing. I'm not on the pension board, but I'm very hesitant to, as a last-minute way of making this work, not having talked about it in any previous public meeting, cutting the pension fund by $500,000. Of course, there is the absence of a living wage floor in the other budget, and I believe in that. There's also a lot more money for healthcare in our budget, and while we've talked a lot about wages, and I'm glad to see both proposals are moving forward to more than cover the increase in inflation for our staff, you know, our proposal is the only one that is helping pay down healthcare costs to try to provide some longer-term relief for our staff when we know healthcare costs are out of control. There's no probation billing coordinator. We had our senior superior court judge and 4 other judges come speak to us, and as well as our, you know, probation chief, saying that that was their #1 request. Our budget has that, the other one does not. There's no jail meals. The sheriff has repeated in our tours about how the food quality is not great and how he'd like to move toward a jail where the staff and the people being held there eat the same food. But he needs more money to do that. Our budget does that, the other one does not. And finally, and I think really the biggest thing, is the lack of fleet replacement for fire apparatus. We were waiting on those figures, we got them late, and that's where we saw the big dip that we also ladled from fund balance and ARPA combined to pay for it. But this one-time expense up front saves us up to $600,000 in funding that would otherwise be wasted on leasing or interest payments. And I really believe that if we're thinking about the long-term fiscal sustainability, we have so many capital projects that we're chronically behind on, and fleet replacement is the one that we've talked about the most, that staff has brought forward at the forefront over and over again. I don't know how we ever chip away at facilities repairs that we're also behind on, or other TPW projects, the pavement maintenance that's underfunded in SPLOST, the stoplights that are electrocuting our workers. You know, I don't know how we catch up on any of that when we're not even catching up on the fleet. And so I really feel like if we want to not just have to spike taxes on everyone next year to make up the gap, we can't rely on these one-time funds to subsidize the recurring expenses while continuing to not fund things that have been underfunded for years, kicking to the future. So I implore my colleagues to consider the long-term impacts of this, and I hope to have your support on our version tonight. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Myers, you were seconder before I move on to others.
Yes, well, interestingly, we noticed many of the same similarities and differences here, so I do not have to go over all of them. I am really pleased that both these budgets actually are very similar. That's where I come out here. Yes, there is a difference in the millage rate, but we're not alleviating everyone's tax burden here because 60% of the taxes one pays are going, if not more, in my case, to the school district. And we've already made, we're not talking about the difference between no property taxes and lots of property taxes. We're talking about this 0.45 difference in millage rate, which we know does add up to dollars. So I think that's one of the things. In terms about the mall TAD, it was interesting people brought that up because I remember during those lengthy TAD discussions saying these are all based on our having the present millage rate. What's going to happen if we want to pull this back? That changes all those calculations, and quite considerably. I'd much rather have the minus 0.3 reduction than the minus 0.75 and look at that more carefully. If we can do it again next year, great, but I'd rather do it more gradually. I think that, even though there's a difference in the millage rates, really that could result in significant cuts. In the end, both of the budgets, as both Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Hamby point out, really do cover many of the same items and the same expenses. Really, I will say that the money that is being dedicated to employees in both of these is similar. One gives a little bit more to health care, one gives a little bit more to salaries. Both have added firefighter cancer screening and providing that initial chunk, and I will say it is the initial chunk for the funding for the Center for Racial Justice and Black Futures. There will need to be more to fulfill our commitment to $1.25 million for that. The differences, again, we've pointed those all out. I think one of the big differences, again, which comes back to what Commissioner Houle was saying, was looking at some of those life cycle and capital expenses and saying, hey, we could cut this money here, but we have these needs for other expenses that are right there, the fire trucks. In this case, we're looking at the fire trucks and making sure that we have money put aside so we have less money that we'll have to pay on interest. It makes sense in my own personal financing. It seems to make sense as a community as well. I am really pleased with how we've gone about this budget process and ask my colleagues to support this budget as well.
Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, I want to thank Commissioners Hamby and Fisher for their hard work, working together to create our budget. Yes, they are very similar, which is great. I feel like there's a lot of common ground. A couple of things on the budget that we've proposed. We are proposing relief to all the constituents to offset inflation. We're, dealing with record high inflation, and any kind of help we can get to help that will be better for our constituents. Also, discussing the health care, our budget keeps the floor the same on the health care, but it's giving more money to the employees because not all of the employees are on our health care. So that benefit will help 100% of our employees versus the other one will only help 75 to 80% of the employees who are on the health care plan. As for the fleet replacement, I've asked for some options on lease purchasing of equipment and also the computers, because by the time if we lease the computers for 4 years, Windows 10 or whatever Windows format it's going to be is going to be updated, and these computers are going to be out of date. So I think it's something we ought to look at, and also in leasing the fire truck and any other fleet equipment that we could do. But I do want to support with Hamby and Commissioners Hamby and Fisher the budget that we proposed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any others? Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, can we have, I would like to ask first of all, thank Hamby and Hull and Fisher and Culpepper for working really hard on these two budgets. It was a little different this year, but just some questions. We were getting some, and for the edification for the public, we were getting some edits and some additions and some clarification as of like 3 o'clock this afternoon. My one question, and I spoke with Hamby about the utilization of the pension fund credit. If you can elaborate on that, like just historical, how much money is how much money is in the budget and how that money gets into the budget, and the $700,000 for the live stream pipe replacement and the sheriff capital project request. Then I have some questions for Hull and Myers.
So you asking Commissioner Hamby?
Yes.
Sure. I'll be glad to answer it. And maybe the pension fund credit is a credit that's generated. I guess you can think of it in terms of like when you use your credit card. There's points awarded to you, or you use your travel rewards. We earn these rewards, or we earn these credits by overpaying a lot of times in our contribution. For the past several years, we have been overpaying in our annual retirement contribution, and it's also based on it's based on how the fund has been doing. We have $5.6 million in there right now, and the actuarials, as I mentioned, suggested that we could use up to $1 million for the next 3 years to help us meet our obligations that we gave to the retirees last year, beyond the $75 a month extra allowance. And it was also at our work session too, presented to us in the April work session, where staffs, there was a slide that said we'll be paying $12.2 million this year. Actually, the mayor's budget only has 11.2. There was a slide that said pension credits available for offsetting some of the extra expenses we'd have to be paying for our pension. Just to clarify one misconception, we're not taking any money out of the pension fund to do this. This is coming out of those pension credits that we've earned over the years. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. And Mayor, if you don't mind, I got just a few more if that's good, Commissioner Davenport. And I'll just say, going to the ARPA dollars, the only difference, there's two differences. We take money, we put extra money into homelessness at $400,000. That's to pay for the Housing Flex Fund, and it's also to pay for the homeless outreach. We do not put $1.3 million in there to help pay for a fire truck that can be paid for or leased in FY28. By the time FY28 comes around, we'll have another SPLOST program available to us. Excuse me. So there's that. I hadn't said anything all night. My throat's gotten so dry just by sitting here these past few minutes.
Oh, you've been talking.
I will say this: we're not taking any money from HCD, not the employees and not the work they do. All we're doing is saying, hey, we don't need to hire another consultant at $150,000 a year to help us do our 5-year comprehensive plan that has traditionally and typically been done by those really good employees in our office. And so we're not taking any, it's a big misconception to say we're taking money from HCD when that's not the case. That's to hire a consultant to do a 5-year plan that has typically been done by our good employees over in HCD. And I will say this about the millage rate. I was doing I've got one point about the millage rate and one point about TADS. So in FY20, we had property taxes generated of $68,175,000. FY20 was also the first year that we gave a 0.60 millage rate decrease, and that was in FY20. It has since been at 13.10 since then, since FY20. Did the sky fall because we gave a 0.60 millage rate decrease in FY20? No, it didn't, because now you see in FY24, our projected millage rate or our projected property tax increases are going to be around $85 million at the end of the day. So we were able back then to give a 0.6 millage rate decrease and still meet our obligations to the citizens of this community. This year, I think, I'm confident based on the trends and the trajectory, and this year's, keep in mind, it's got that homestead exemption in there, and we still made money. We still made more than we did last year, about 12% more than last year in property taxes. So with the trend the way it's going, with some new developments the way they're going, the property tax what we are going to help us service this government and meet our needs. The final point about TADS is this, y'all. We heard during those discussions that TADS and the money from those TADS come from the investment that the folks within those TADS make. Now, if you're arguing, we'll never be able to do a tax millage rate decrease for the next 30 years because we want to make sure somebody gets that $189 million, then I think we need to have another conversation. Because the TAD was meant to benefit that piece of property in that district, and that's where those dollars were to come from. And it's not meant to penalize everybody else in the community because of that, and I don't want to see that happen. The community is already paying a little bit in for it because they're not realizing whatever benefit comes from that $189 million. But that contract for the TAD at the mall, that was $189 million or 30 years, whichever is less. That $189 million was based on their appraised projection of $630 million. Our appraised projection was about $490 million. So you see, but those folks are going to get their $189 million. And they get that or whichever's less at the end of 30 years. But we shouldn't be held hostage because our citizens and the people we represent shouldn't be held hostage because we're worried about $189 million going towards a development that is, I'm hopeful good things are going to come out of it. And they will. So I'm done. Thank you. Appreciate your thinking about this.
Commissioner Davenport, I know you had another question or set of questions.
Oh, we did? I'm sorry. I
think it'd be other budget.
Well, what was the sheriff capital project request for your budget? Hamby, Culpeper?
We have $100,000 in there, and it's $100,000 more than what was in the mayor's recommended budget. So
I'll just say, as the base budget, there were kind of a handful of modest-sized items that the sheriff requested, and so I began with $100,000, and I think that was added to, as an aggregate way to support some of those items. And of course, we've heard from Attorney Drake that effectively, as a constitutional officer, the sheriff can determine how to use those funds anyhow.
And we added an additional 100 to what the mayor proposed there, so that the sheriff can determine how he needs to use that.
Okay, so
Go
to
keep going with your
who?
questions.
Okay, who? So this is just to help the public as well, because I've been getting these questions from constituents. So, you know what, one of the ones I'm gonna talk about, the increase in the wage floor, are you amenable to that? There are a lot of constituents in my district who have some, I don't say a lot, but there are a few who have concerns about that, especially when it comes to overtime. And then half of those positions are part-time summer jobs. And we're in November, or sometime this fall, or sometime next year, hopefully or this year, we'll be discussing our pay table and our wage floor. And I think that'd be a great time to incorporate, looking at our wage floor as a group instead of individually. Because I think even doing a soft polling of the 10 commissioners, there may be only 2 that may be interested in it. I'm for the wage floor, but I'd rather have a bigger discussion about that. And the 1.7 million for the fire, the fleet replacement, would you be amenable, discuss that, could that be leased out?
I'd be happy to speak to those, and if I may just also respond briefly to a couple of the comments from my colleague to my previous remarks. So to the wage floor increase, I believe we got a memo from staff that this would impact over 800 positions. So not all of those are seasonal. Some of them are full-time. Many of them are part-time and hourly. It's probably worth pointing out that most of those positions are going to be found in leisure services and the Board of Elections and are often filled by people who come back each year in a temporary capacity, but they come back each year. And I think for many, they're building that into their budget to live on. And at the end of the day, I think if we want to be paying workers what we consider to be a living wage, whether they're cobbling together their living from multiple part-time jobs or secure in one full-time, it's still an important thing to do. But also, I'd like to point out that we already made the big leap. We made the big leap to 15 a couple years ago. Last year, we brought it up to 1560 to try to keep pace with inflation. And this move to 1607 actually doesn't fully keep pace with inflation. It only gets us about halfway. Again, inflation's almost 6%. 1607 represents a 3% increase. So why only a 3% increase? Well, we've heard a lot about compression. So while we're waiting on that salary study to come back later this year to hopefully fully, comprehensively address our whole pay structure, we at least alleviate that compression a little bit on the bottom end by giving double the raise to our existing staff that we would give to anyone new in the door. As far as the 1.7 million for fire, I don't know what leasing would cost, but if I read the staff memo correctly, their current plan, and we've got professionals who've been working on this day in, year out, includes exploring all the options and includes different options that would involve putting more money toward leasing or towards interest payments in a different, a lease to own. It's being characterized as if it's just for one fire truck in FY28, but actually it positions us to be able to buy that fire truck outright, assuming we haven't found some other plan for either leasing or maybe through a fire service fee if we go that route. But at least, with regards to this year, it's actually catching us up so that we're no longer behind and just struggling to catch up over a 10-year period. It gets us in a position to be paying cash for everything out the gate, and it's actually other fire fleet vehicles that are being paid for with this. Vehicles multiple. That other engine that's listed in FY28 is just something we're in a better position to buy. But again, it's not just fleet, right? This paying into fleet puts us in a good position for fleet. If we find a good way to solve some of that fleet problem, like some of my colleagues are speaking to with leasing or whatever else, that'll free up money in next year's budget or the year after to help with the facilities maintenance or to help with other capital projects that we're also chronically behind on and are in dire need of funding. So really, the 1.7 million is a good fix for fleet replacement, but it's really a Band-Aid for the chronic underfunding overall. And if I may just respond while I'm here for a couple other comments. We're not taking money from Housing and Community Development Department. That is true. But we are taking money from programs that department is dependent on. We have dramatically increased the size of and the workload of that department. That department is still experiencing some vacancies. They're going through a process of restructuring. The professionals we've put in charge of managing all of that have brought this forward as a top priority for them because however it was done 5 years ago, this year, this is how they think we can get it done and get it done well. I don't want to take away their ability to do that and just increase the burden on an already overburdened department that we're relying on heavily to see through other items we've got on our agenda tonight. All these RFPs around youth development and things like that are ultimately going to be more work for them as well. So it's not like we're just wasting money on a consultant. We're alleviating the burden on staff by paying for that consultant. Similarly, you could say the same for the community partnership program, getting on the right timeline for funding that program so that contracts can be executed in a non-crazy timeline. I'd take issue with characterizing taxes as penalizing anyone. I believe taxes are the community's shared contribution to our community's shared priorities. But insofar as we want to make sure that we're not unfairly taxing our citizens, I would like to point out that comparable communities, Macon Bibb, Augusta, Columbus, even Jefferson nearby in Jackson County, all have higher millage rates than us and are all experiencing similar housing issues. So the idea that we're somehow doing something unfair, we're actually doing not only do we have the highest homestead exemption of any community in the state, we also have lower taxes than all of our peer communities. And comparing us to immediately neighboring rural communities like Oconee or Oglethorpe, I think glosses over the fact that we have a professional fire department. They have volunteer fire departments. We have a robust professional police department. They have no police department or a very minimal one. We have a robust parks and rec, array of parks facilities, right? It doesn't take long to go to any one of those facilities and look at the license plates to realize that all the people who are paying less taxes in those neighboring counties come to our county to use those parks. And so, I could go on enumerating all the things we provide here as the urban hub for those rural communities. But at the end of the day, the slightly higher amount of taxes that someone's paying here, which is not an increase, but actually a decrease over past years, is actually, I think, an extremely fair, if not remarkable feat of financial maneuvering. And the last thing I just say, because I know you had some questions, Commissioner Davenport, but I'm sure many in the public do. The CDO that myself and Commissioner Myers put forward has a whole column full of notes that enumerate a lot of these specifics for these agenda items, including to the question around sheriff's capital projects, the points that were raised up in this discussion. But since there's another couple dozen line items, those notes kind of clarify that for people.
Commissioner Davenport, anything else before I move on to any others?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Alyssa, was your hand up first? Okay. Blaine, thank you for the colored numeric comparison, concise. It's made it really helpful for me to put down the notes that I've been taking. I am also thrilled with how close we are in our communications during this budget process. I think we've all been listening, and I think we are at some of the philosophical differences at this point. I wanted to talk about a couple things, and Jesse, and I've already talked to Commissioner Houle about this when we met last week, but philosophically, the increasing the wage floor, I disagree with that. It looks like a little rock in the spreadsheet, but it's a skipping rock. That's a new term, Blaine, I'm going to give it. It's a skipping rock because it's touching in places further down that we don't even know, or how many hits it's going to have. I think the effect of that, I believe that when this came up during our budget discussions, we were told by staff, I'm not sure exactly who, so I'll just say staff because I'm not sure who said, but it was that we still haven't made the adjustments from the time we moved it up to 15.6. So I think that continuing to move it up, I think that the manager specifically asked, please do not do that because we haven't adjusted to the previous one. So philosophically, I cannot support that change. And also the tipping fee, I think that's a little bit of a bigger rock, but it's also a skipping rock because we haven't even seen the effects of the $4 increase on our tipping fee that we've been presented with, and that staff and the manager and the mayor had in the budget. So I'm supportive of Commissioner Hamby, Fisher, and Culpepper's not changing the tipping fee, and I don't agree with making a big change like that. After we see what happens in a year, I think we could better assess a larger tipping fee change. I believe the corridor improvement topic is definitely a hot hotel motel thing. I think that the other budget, it uses capital funds, but it also is like telling staff what the signs are going to say. If it's going to be UGA, I think we can get them to pay for a sign. We can just give them some space there. But again, we're talking about the numbers. The numbers here, I think, is what's important for the budget and our comparisons. I also would not have been as eager to do the TADs if it also meant that we could not do millage rate reductions. So I think that we need to work through that, and I don't think it's directly correlated as it has been explained. And I also appreciate in the Hamby-Fisher-Culpeper budget that the increased special event funding is coming from hotel motel, which means it can be used for any special event in the whole community. It's not just for downtown like the CEP funding that is in the other budget. I'm not comfortable with the increased expenditures. The total amount is nearly double or more than double the increase from one of the budgets, and then the higher spending budget that Huell and Myers and et al. Have put together. I'm not sure who the et al. Is, but because of the increased expenditures of over $2.8 million, that also means that we have to have a larger reserve, 3 months, whatever our math is for that we have to, that we also have to have a higher reserve to cover those major increased spending there. So the part about the insurance, I'm thrilled with the additional percentage raise from what came from the mayor and the manager for our public safety going up, and it being more in the Hanby, Fisher, Culpeper, as well as the non-public safety employees. And that affects every employee. And like Culpeper had said, the health insurance premium help that we're working on is only helping the employees that can afford to have our insurance. So I hope that at our retreat, we can take time to really prioritize, Mayor. Maybe we can get an ad hoc committee of commissioners to focus on some insurance. It'd be great if some of our staff, especially the ones that live in Clarke County, could get a break from their property tax enough to be able, with their raises, for them to actually be using our insurance. So I think comprehensively is clear to me which one of the budgets I'll be supporting. And I just wanted to share that with others. And I'm still under my 3 minutes, so I'm going to leave it at that.
You're on your second tranche.
Huh?
You're well into your second tranche, but that's all right.
Dang.
Thank
Thank you guys for your leniency on the clock.
Yeah, this is in lieu of our
Appreciate it.
additional work session.
My
right?
energy drink has kicked in. I just want to warn everybody.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for all the work they put into this, and, you know, I have had calls, Commissioner Huell and Myers, throughout the week. I was out of town, not by choice. I just want to exercise caution when it comes to depleting some of these contingency funds, ARPA funds. In light of the broader political environment, you know, we saw what was going on in DC last week. There is a determination to cut the federal budget. And most of our departments rely significantly on federal funds from time to time, as do our nonprofit agencies. Pulling some money from fund balance and ARPA removes the possibility of us having those funds to use in an emergency situation, as we had available when COVID hit. We had $4 million waiting in the wings where we were able to step in quite immediately and help people in our own community. Without that kind of cushion, we can't do that in case of another unexpected economic situation or environmental disaster or pandemic or whatever. You know, I don't want to see us kicking the can down the road yet again when it comes to basic infrastructure maintenance, fleet management. I mean, this is my 9th round now going through this budget, and every year I remember thinking, oh, well, we can just like underfund that. And every time SPLOST or T-SPLOST comes through, you know, we don't fund it to the amount that's asked for. So yeah, these funds are depleted. These are real needs that mean the safety of, I mean, it's not just once or, you know, special things, it's actual safety items, you know, collapsing streets and fire trucks that are out of service. So I think it's essential that we fully fund those, and, you know, we can save money in the long run by buying them outright, quite frankly. We also have this long list of SPLOST and T-SPLOST projects, projects that have yet to come up. And we're seeing things come in way, 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 way over budget. We have a Classic Center that's $14 million over budget. We have a Bishop Park pool project that's $4 million over budget. We have the Costa building well over budget. God knows what the Barber Street project's going to come in at. You know, we really need to be cautious and maintain those balances. We're in a flush year. Times are good. That's when you put money aside and wait for when times might not be so good. I remember what it was like in 2008. I was running the real estate section of the Banner Herald at the dawn of the housing mortgage investment. And, you know, we saw that coming. these housing bubbles and then the collapse and the devastating impact it has on the economy in the aftermath. So if we see vast cuts at the federal level, if we see an economic shrink, we're going to be in a whole different position, and we're going to need those cushions and those funds to help make up gaps and to help our citizens, quite frankly. We could end up in some real crises. We're likely to see cuts to CBDG and home funds this year. How are we going to make up the difference? Transportation. I'm just really reluctant to make a drastic cut in the millage rate when it really means, you know, a minimal impact on everyday homeowners. You know, I got my tax bill this year and I was pretty shocked. The value of my home went up about 20%. But when I did the math, I realized it was a minimal impact, you know, something like $10 a month or something. And I know that means more to some people than others, but the people that really win when you're cutting property taxes are those big investors, and they're the ones that actually cause these inflated values in the first place. And, you know, we're robbing the general coffers of the general community in cutting that rate when it's the general community that benefits most from having a well-funded local government.
Sure.
Kelly? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
I really was kind of just listening. And one thing, there is one thing about being cautious and proactive, but I've heard this several times. I think some of the rhetoric is almost like intimidating. Yeah, crap is going to happen, and we need to prepare for it. One of the things that I hope we'll get back on our radar are the 2 grant writers to help with some of these programs, like the neighborhood leaders, which would save us $100,000, or some of our other social programs. The government, as much as my relationships are in the social service world, we're the government, and we've got to be able to take care of all those issues of safety, the people who work for the government, and I just wish we would be a little bit more less intimidating of what can happen. A lot of things can happen, you know? I love my husband. That happens. But to build, and when it gets to fear, and while we make decisions, and I've heard several commissioners do this more than one time, so I'm speaking to it. I think both CDOs are very purposeful, very meaningful. I hate that we couldn't get a CDO with the major authors on there on one, but it didn't happen. But let's not feed into what could happen. This is not the twilight zone yet. So I just got to say that, because I think we operate on fear and intimidation, and that is not right. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, just a short comment, listening to everyone else here. You know, what I see here is there are changes in both millage rates. No one's being held hostage by anyone. We are, the Hool-Myers one reduces the millage rate by 0.3. But I think the bigger differences here are really in kind of a philosophical one in some ways. There is that $2.8 million difference in the budgets, but, you know, 1.7 is for that fire truck, so it's sort of like putting money away, putting money towards that big project that you're working on. And I think that's sort of a different approach, and, you know, that's okay, that's all right. We'll go with whatever one happens, right? I don't think it's anything to
attack anyone on that difference of thinking. And I think even with the wage floor, to me, it's a very simple thing because, there's a commitment to having a living wage, and the repercussions that has in our community and has had in how other people are paying people at low wage jobs. And for me, that's a real, a key critical issue to work on. And so increasing the minimum wage floor or our wage floor to 16.07, when right now the MIT living wage calculator has that at 16.43, I think that's needed. We're not pulling it up all the way. And I think when it comes down to it, those are probably two of the major sort of philosophical differences in these budgets. But otherwise, I'm ready to move ahead and vote.
Commissioner Wool?
A couple of things I wanted to say, but first I wanted to ask Commissioner Davenport if he could speak to, the solid waste tipping fee is in there at your urging, so.
So so if anyone, please go to our ACC.gov website and YouTube page and watch the Solid Waste Advisory Commission meeting. So there are a lot of communities around us that have $72, $76 tipping fees. And so what's happening is our landfill life is being shortened because some of our neighbors are bringing their trash to our into our landfill. And I have an affinity for my people on Dunlap Road, and we had discussed within Solid Waste Advisory Commission several times of raising it to 60, 62, 65. So I was a little shocked to see it at 55. I did talk to Suki, and the solid waste director. She felt comfortable at $60, but just my main thing is just we are seeing an influx of other communities bringing their trash here because we're literally the lowest in Northeast Georgia. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just a few other brief responses to colleagues' remarks. I do want to clarify that we did do the math on the fund balance reserves, and actually in the many notes in our commission-defined option, you'll see the formula we got from the Finance Department with the numbers plugged in on how we got there. So we do maintain sufficient fund balance with additional fund balance left over. I also want to clarify that, we use the same amount of hotel motel funds in both proposals. One just kept them enumerated under hotel motel, and the other moved it to general fund, and that was just how we articulated this in the budget. Was it a transfer to the general fund and then you pay, or are you paying it from that fund? But we're both using the same fund balance, and that's really, again, that depletion of the one-time funds. So part of the rationale on why I thought we'd do well to move it to the general fund is we're using that for what we assume may be a recurring expense with the community events program funding, the CEP funding, and we can be sure that the general fund is likely to have more in it than the hotel motel fund. I also, with the corridor improvements, those examples are just examples. It says e.g., it's an example. It's not the thing we'd fund. And I pulled those from previous discussions this body has had in the past year. But, it could be whatever. The point being, there were a lot of items in the budget that was initially brought forth by Commissioner Hamby that I was trying to work from that I wanted to include here, additions to the budget made in that proposal that didn't have specifications in them. And I wanted to try to learn from the SWAT-a-lanterns exercise that our staff gave us at a retreat and not give our staff just kind of an ambiguous line item. And thinking especially about what happened with the Community Gardens program, and just trying to provide some amount of clarity, not to restrict us on anything, but just to kind of give staff some direction, somewhere to build from. And so that's where you see some of those examples provided, or that explanatory text for a number of the, again, additions that were put in there from the other proposal. I want to caution against SPLOST being seen as a magic bullet. We are way behind on most of the SPLOST and T-SPLOST projects being fully realized. So there's a very good chance that whenever we are able to do the next SPLOST, whether it's in 2028 or 2030 something, it's probably going to be a lot of trying to fully complete the ones that we've already committed to. And finally, this idea, certainly not trying to fearmonger. I'm just, the FY24 budget is not just for FY24. It lays the foundation for all the years ahead. It has ramifications on the years ahead. If we cut taxes this year and then end up having to raise them on people next year, it's a much tougher conversation to talk not about how much we're reducing taxes, but about how we have to raise them. And what I'm not convinced of is that the funding sources in the competing budget proposal are sustainable. I feel like I've tried to articulate that already, but I'd also like to point out these massive backlogs we have, they're from decades of underfunding, using a philosophy of just looking at just this year's budget. You don't get roads collapsing and facilities needing leaky roofs repaired because of 1 year of underfunding. You get that from decades of not keeping up. And so our goal is to try to provide a way for us to make sure that we're not just looking out for this year, but also looking out for the years ahead. Thanks.
Commissioner Hammond.
Yeah, I'm not going to take much time, Mayor. I just want to say, as regards to the wage increase, I hope we're all thinking about, what a property tax millage means, not to only individual property homeowners, but also to businesses. And when you in a downtown business, for example, if you own a building downtown, you're signing up for like a plus lease, which means that whatever extra expenses get passed on to that business owner. So when that business owner has to pay extra, that means that they may not pay their employee a living wage like we're trying to do. So we are trying to meet a living wage. We do that within the budget here by adding an additional percentage to help with the pay tables in both the public safety plan and the non-public safety plan. And the other point I'll just make is we do try to, I'll say this about the infrastructure. I will stack our infrastructure in Athens, Georgia against any other county in the state of Georgia. We haven't been funding as much, but during the recession, a lot of communities weren't funding as much. But even still, I would stack our infrastructure against any community in the state of Georgia, if not the country. We've had a few roads because of live stream replacement. We've also had rains that have been the torrential downstorms that we haven't seen in the past 10 years. But we're addressing that infrastructure need in our budget, and we've got another T-SPLOST coming up in 28, so there's opportunities for us to address that. But I don't want anybody to leave here thinking we've got bad infrastructure and that we haven't been trying to pay attention to it, because we have. Thank you, Mayor. And I'm ready to vote if y'all are.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor, a substitute motion from Commissioner Houle, with second from Commissioner Myers. So we'll go ahead and go around, beginning with Commissioner Houle.
Houle?
Okay, I just want to clarify, this is the vote on the budget that
Correct.
I brought forward, Commissioner Myers? Okay, yeah. Yes.
Culpepper?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Thornton?
Abstaining.
Hamby?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Thornton, I didn't hear you. Commissioner Thornton, no, we need a rationale for an abstention. This budget vote's the most significant thing we do annually.
I don't think you do. I mean, there's plenty of times where people have abstained and just abstained.
I'm just abstaining.
I vote no.
Davenport?
Yes.
Link? Yes. Taylor?
Yes.
Wright?
Nope.
Fisher?
No.
5 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Attorney Drake, could you clarify, is it appropriate for a commissioner to abstain in this situation?
Parliamentary
I've been to
procedure.
a lot of ACCG classes where they heavily emphasized against abstaining if you don't have a conflict of interest. I don't really understand why.
Yeah, look at the rules here. Look at your rules.
I think we've got
Attorney Drake, a
precedents.
moment.
I think we've got precedents, Attorney Drake. For anything, there's precedents.
Is there debate about me abstaining?
Yes, Commissioner Thornton.
Here's what section 28 says, all votes on all matters shall be recorded unless the same shall be unanimous. The same shall be contingent on the recording of the ayes and nays of each commissioner, the names of those abstaining and those absent, all of which should be entered from the minutes and proceedings of the commission.
There you go.
So it appears you can't abstain, so,
You can abstain.
yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thornton, for functionality's sake, I need a vote, either yea or nay.
Well, for functionality's sake,
I actually was going to abstain on both of them because I have not been involved in this process. That was my abstention.
Perhaps an alternative would be to vote no, and that would enable.
That language is
action
actually right
full
from the
body.
charter, too. It's copied from the charter, so it
Excuse me?
appears
Excuse me?
abstaining is allowed, Commissioner, is what I'm trying to explain. There was a question asked whether you could abstain, and you can under our rules of procedure, which appear to be taken right from section 2-202, subsection F of the charter.
What I need to make it clear is that our charter also requires 6 votes for an ordinance adoption, and the budget is an ordinance.
So we have a motion on the floor.
let's see where that goes.
So with an inconclusive vote, do we return to the original motion? Is that the case, Attorney
Yeah, it
Drake?
didn't pass. I mean, yeah.
The substitute didn't pass.
All right, so the substitute was inconclusive. We'll return to the original motion from Commissioner Hamby and do roll call.
Mr. Mayor, for me, I mean, I take issue with abstaining. I believe it's being done under false pretenses, and I think my colleague is right, this might not be the first time, but this is the county's budget. I think it's been pretty clear. I don't want to speak for the mayor, but I think he's been pretty clear about where he stands on this. I believe that this abstention is being used to blockade the budget from passing. And I do feel like if someone doesn't feel comfortable with the version on the floor, a no vote would be much more appropriate.
Well,
We've got a ruling from
can't
the
tell people.
parliamentarian and the attorney, so as inappropriate as I read an abstention, given the gravity of the work that we are tasked with doing by the public and by the vote, it clearly is proper. So we're going to go ahead and return to the original motion, and we'll make a roll call.
Hamby,
yes.
Davenport,
No.
Link. No. Taylor.
No.
Wright,
Yes.
Fisher. Yes. Poole,
No.
Culpepper,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Thornton.
No.
4 yes, 6 no.
Wait a minute, 5.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reintroduce my motion
It's
to
5
approve the
now.
Hool-Myers CDO.
She voted no.
So we now have an inconclusive vote, and then we have a vote affirmatively against a motion. So at this point, Commissioner Hool has reintroduced his motion. Is there a second for that reintroduction? All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Hool and a second from Commissioner Link for reintroduction. We'll go ahead and do
I've got a substitute motion I'd like to make, Mayor.
substitute motion
Sure.
from Commissioner Hamby.
My motion is this, since some were concerned about the fund balance, I'll reduce the millage rate to .75. Actually, I'll take it to .65. So that'll make us on par with how we reduced it in 2020. And it allows for an additional $680,000 to be put back into the fund balance so that we can meet those emergencies that have been spoken about, and leaves us some additional room there. So .675 is my change to the amended millage rate, takes it to, and the additional dollars can be put forth into the fund balance. That leaves us a millage rate of 12.45.
So just to be clear, the substitute motion would reduce the millage rate by .65 versus the current one,
Instead of .75 by 6.5.
and with that
Put the rest
change,
in the fund balance.
that would have movement into the fund balance.
Right, and it makes the fund balance it takes fund balance up about 3.3 or 3.
Just want to make it clear what the numeric change is in the millage rate and where the dollars are going.
Right.
Okay. All right. Is there a second for the substitute motion?
Go ahead.
I've got a substitute motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Fisher. All right, roll call.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport.
No. No.
Link.
No.
Taylor.
Can we come back around to me?
No.
That wasn't my I know it's
Oh.
Oh, serious. I'm sorry. I needed that relief.
We can't be modifying the budget on the floor. I mean, we've worked on this for months. We've had the finance department prevent our.
I vote yes. Yes. I mean,
Wright.
yes.
Yes.
Fisher.
Yes.
Poole.
No.
Culpepper.
Yes.
Myers.
No.
Thornton.
Yes.
6 yes, 4 no.
Okay.
All right. Budget passes with millage rate reduction of .65 mils based on the Hamby option with the additional funds in the fund balance. All right.
Mayor, may we take a 5-minute break? It's been,
I think we're almost
Yeah,
done.
we're almost done.
I need a 5-minute break.
We'll take a,
3-minute break.
so you take a break until 10:55. Please be back in your seats so we can handle new business.
Okay, never mind.
We're returning for new business. To begin new business, given that this is the first reading, I do need a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Fisher for suspension of rules. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, hearing none, we're going to move forward. Item 32 is an ARPA funding allocation to the Boys and Girls Club for two purposes. First, for some direct service provision by the Boys and Girls Club in the form of about $850,000. And secondly, to allow them to be the funder for some secondary agencies in the amount of about $2 million. This would retain about $3.6 million in the youth development ARPA bucket. And fortunately, the school district, through the school board, has become absolutely interested in a memorandum of understanding with the unified government so that we can cooperate. And so among the things that this would direct the manager to do is develop that MOU by no later than August, because the school board is interested in adopting that in the July timeframe as well. So I'd entertain a motion regarding this item.
All right.
Is there a motion? No, motion from Commissioner Fisher. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, second from Commissioner Taylor. Go right ahead, Commissioner Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor, and I am glad to see this on our agenda and the funding for the Boys and Girls Club. As you all know, we have had this youth development funding for quite a while, and I felt like it was time for us to go ahead and start getting some things on the table and out on the streets. So I talked with the mayor and talked with the manager about using some ARPA funds for the Boys and Girls to do youth development, which would entail deal with gang violence, gang prevention, some mental health issues, and this will be year-round funding. You know, in past we are offered funding during the summertime for some of our nonprofits, but this particular area it will give us an opportunity to really look at helping our youth year-round. One of the things that we really want to stress is make sure we have some outcomes and some data. Also, we want to make sure that we get the two other community centers within the housing community open up pretty soon and moving forward with that. Where they'll be, again, adding on family enrichment, education, academic tourism, and also maybe in some parts, maybe doing some workforce development. But I think this is a good start for us as a community. As you all know, we have lost some of our young people to gun violence. I think this is a start, and I truly believe with the background that the Boys and Girls Club have, based on their 142-year record, that they can support not only the administrative piece of this money, but also work with other nonprofits that what I call got boots on the ground, who can work with these different groups, touching a different number of children that the Boys and Girls Club may not initially touch, and we can really build on this. And with the school board hopefully coming on in the future, we can just add and expand our programming and really make an impact on our young people in the Athens-Clarke County community. So I support this wholeheartedly, and I hope my colleagues will join me in doing this and really start seeing some impact on our young people.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor.
I piggyback off everything that Commissioner Fisher said. I think it's very important that we as a government show our involvement within communities that have closed, whose recreation centers has been closed. And because the Boys and Girls Club has already opened 2 recreation centers within Athens Housing Authority, and so I thought that it would be great to use them kind of as an overhead because they've already been doing the work. And also the $2 million is just a pot or a reserve so that these nonprofits that are boots to the ground, they are able to service year round and not just for the summertime. I think that this is a good way to go and to start. And you know, with the school district being interested in it, I'm excited to see how much this grows, and that in a couple of years it's not so dependent on ARPA funds, which has to be allocated by a certain time. But it also gives these nonprofits capacity building to be able to, you know, service children that necessarily don't have any place to go after school, i.e. reducing
gang involvement, as well as youth violence, and also academics, because when children get off the bus, they'll have someone or a facility open that's welcoming to help them with their homework, understand literacy, and all of those great things that a parent like me needs. So I'm very excited to see this grow.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Great work.
Any further input? Yeah, Commissioner.
I'd like to
I'm
thank-
glad to see that this move forward. It's long overdue. I think we waited, we gave our first attention to the school district, but I believe that the Boys and Girls Club has the capacity to do the work because they've been doing the work, and they're going to be creating opportunities for others that may have less capacity. We got to reach every child in this community, and the only thing I hope is that whatever work we do, we include a mental health component and violence prevention, not just leadership development or career development. People have to feel safe and have a good mind also. So I'm glad we're moving forward. I hope we do get to have some impact, so we can at least mention how important mental health and violence prevention is in all of the curriculum.
Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, just ditto what Commissioner Thornton said, and just look forward to get things in the community.
All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Fisher, second from Commissioner Taylor. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I wanted to say real quick, and I really appreciate my colleagues' work on getting us moving forward on something. I know that this is the ARPA bucket that's kind of dragged on the most. I am glad that there's a good bit of funding. I think it's about $3.5 million left over to still partner with the school district on something. But I just want to emphasize, it's kind of echoing what colleagues have said, that when staff is drafting the language of what we're finally voting on in August, that violence prevention is heavily centered, both in terms of the populations that we're trying to serve, finding some way to identify that, as well as what kinds of metrics we're trying to track and outcomes we're trying to measure. So with that said, I'm happy to support this moving forward.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to item 33. This is a resolution authorizing a settlement for Jesse Hale and Elizabeth Hale.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, a second from Commissioner Hamby. Commissioner Wright,
Ready to vote?
further input? Commissioner Hamby?
Very good.
Make a comment.
Commissioner Fisher.
Mr. and Mrs. Hale live in my district, and I think this has been a long, ongoing saga for them, and I'm glad to see that, we finally came to some type of resolution, and hopefully all parties are going to be happy and satisfied, so.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 34, simply a formality that we need to go through because early this year we adopted the time, place, and dates of our meetings. We, of course, have something of a hiatus for about 6 weeks after this. The next time we'll be meeting is July 18th for our agenda-setting meeting. So we need to adopt an updated ordinance. If I can have you read that, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance amending the date, time, and place of the July 2023 regular meeting of the Commission of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, and for the purposes.
All right, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Fisher. Comments?
Good to go.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 35 are appointments to the Athens in Motion and Athens Cultural Affairs Commission. These, of course, are outside bodies.
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Is there a second?
Sure. I'll second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Wright. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, item 36 is SPLOST 2020 Project 3, the proposed construction contract change order and the budget ordinance for the Classic Center. Manager Williams, if you just outline this for us.
Yes, in the original construction contract that was awarded, rock and contaminated soils were not included. They were anticipated but not included.
because the quantities were unknown at the time, but we did have unit costs generally for those things. And so now it's coming towards the end of the excavation of the arena, and folks can see it coming out of the ground. And we need to settle up those claims from the contractor for both time and quantities that were dealt with. So all that being said, this is the culmination of that. We've had some back and forth. This includes any future rock or contaminated soil that gets hit finishing out this portion of the project, as well as some pending change orders that needed to be taken care of. So all of that's wrapped into this figure. And we also, and I give our attorneys a lot of credit for counseling us on how to try and, make sure that we're not going to come back and be dealing with the same things next month. And so I think Attorney Drake has some language that he wanted to add in there just to make this as final as we can regarding this type of activity.
That's correct. Literally, as we were starting the meeting, we got an email related to some issues with extended warranties because of the time that's being added to the contract. There are some extended warranties that are going to expire that we're going to need to get an extension on. And we were a little panicked. We wanted to make sure we wouldn't be responsible for that because we thought that should have been brought up in this discussion we've been having over the last 2 weeks. But we were able to confirm that J.E. Dunn is not going to include that. So I'd like to add some language to the agenda item. An item on page 12, I'd like to add an item 12 under facts and issues, which will read as follow, and I've emailed this to the clerk. On June 6, 2023, Impact received a notice from J.E. Dunn's project manager identifying additional costs for extended warranties for MEP trays to be incurred by J.E. Dunn associated with the proposed contract time extension contemplated by the parties. Thereafter, on the same day, J.E. Dunn Senior Vice President Stuart Bruning sent a message to Manager Williams reiterating that the agreed-upon settlement amount and time extension between the parties resolved all claims arising from the rock and contaminated soil, included the extended warranty costs. In addition to that change, I'd like to add a change on page 2 under Commission Action Requested, and on page 12 under Options 1A1, where y'all approve the action that we're requesting, to add the following language, including but not limited to claims and costs for extended warranty periods associated with the contract extension time. So we'd be asking the Commission to approve and authorize a claim settlement in the amount of $13,900,000, less previous payments of $450,859, $4,500,000, and a 242 calendar day time extension to the contract completion date, which includes 60 calendar days granted previously by change order number 2, with J.E. Dunn for all claims and costs, both currently known that may be encountered on the project in the future, including but not limited to claims and costs for extended warranty periods associated with the contract time extension, associated with the removal, disposal, and placement of rock and contaminated soil, removal of contaminated groundwater, and unresolved issues related to potential change items, PCIs on the project as noted below in the F&I number 1, facts and issues number 1, the claim settlement.
All right, so Attorney Drake has added some amended language, giving us the bottom line number. I'd entertain a motion supporting this item. Do I hear such a motion?
I have a question first real quick. Just to clarify, that was language amending the printed version of the agenda
Yeah.
item we have?
We're adding that.
I think just for the edification of
Yeah.
the public, there is a version that's currently posted on the website that has been amended and is sitting before us. And so I guess ultimately that plus what you just read will be posted to the website tomorrow for the public to view. Is that
Yeah, that's
fair to
correct.
assume?
In the version that we gave to you had no substantive changes. It had some the printed version you have had some clarifying changes just to make sure there was no understanding between us and J.E. Dunn as to what was being approved by the commission. But as far as the intent of what it's doing, it changed. It did not have any changes. But this is a substantive change in the sense that it clarifies that we're not going to have any responsibility for costs related to, for claims and costs related to extended warranty periods, which is a good thing for us. We wanted to make sure that they weren't going to come back and say, we really got a little concerned when we saw that right after we got executive session, but we were able to work through that and get that added to make sure that we're good to go. Okay, ready.
All right, so I think Attorney Drake has specified that. Do you want to go ahead and read the ordinance now?
Oh, yeah. An ordinance to amend the special purpose local option sales tax 2020 program budget so as to provide if needed additional funding for project number 3, Classic Center Arena, and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Attorney Drake. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Wright, any further input?
Ready to vote?
Commissioner
11:10.
Davenport?
Ready to vote?
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm ready to vote as well, but I would like to follow up on a comment made by one of our public and ask someone down the line, either Classic Center Management or the mayor, to give us an update about those labor representatives who are part of some of that Classic Center review of RFPs, or so I'd appreciate that at some time later. Thank you.
I'd be glad to, yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Culpepper?
So are we approving the settlement, or are we approving the third bond too? What are we approving?
You're approving, you're authorizing us to go forward to settlement, approving the settlement. You're authorizing myself and Manager Williams to begin the process of moving forward with getting the bond, but it won't be approved unless y'all approve it at a meeting in August or September, I would think, sometime be ready. So you're just letting us start the process with the bonds. That basically means, doing the legal work, talking to the investment bank regarding, getting the rates and all that, then it comes back to you for final approval.
One of the questions that came up in the work session was about our bond rating and how this is going to affect that.
Yeah. I can speak, I guess, for that. Manager Williams could too. I have not talked directly with the finance director, but I have talked with Mr. Kramer, who's here, who's talked to the finance director, and he's indicating that we'll be able to do that because of the small amount without going into the secondary bond, into the bond market, basically, and it won't affect our bond ratings, what I understand.
This is what, and I did speak directly with the finance director, and he did say that very thing. He didn't say this, but I am. There's a lot of fixed cost when you get into issuing bonds, and, the old rule of thumb was anything below 10 million, you might want to try and do it through conventional financing as opposed to a bond, just because of the added cost. And then obviously you get bonds for really large offerings. So David Boyd, Finance Director David Boyd, his hope would be that we can get bank financing on that. As Attorney Drake said, we wouldn't have rating agency review at that point, and probably not pay much more in present day value over a bond approach. So anyhow, that's what Finance Director had to say.
Good job.
So the amount for the bond, is it going to be the amount of the settlement, or does that include that extra $7 million of changes in the budget for the increase in fixtures and stuff?
Yes, the bond would be, I think, about 14 million, which I know is similar to the settlement amount, but it's not the same.
Mr. Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. In general, I've been kind of debating what to do on this one. I trust our staff to do a good job. I believe we've gotten some good information from the Classic Center staff as well. But not unlike a vote on a major revision to the food bank agreement that I felt the need to vote no on because of the last-minute nature of receiving such substantive changes that had, a pretty large order of magnitude. I just don't personally feel comfortable voting yes on something that's been modified so substantially the day of, and even as recently as kind of during this discussion. So not because everything I've heard has made sense, but I don't feel like I've heard it on a timeline that's given me the chance to fully digest it and thoughtfully read through things and ask questions. And that's something I generally like to do for things like this, especially things of this magnitude and changes of this magnitude. So I'm going to vote no for that reason. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input?
Well,
right.
I would just like to offer this just so no one walks away thinking that, this is all being done
last minute. There is some urgency in trying to get this resolved sooner rather than later, especially when the commissions won't be meeting for another, 30 or 45 days. So that might put if we weren't able to reach a settlement, that's one thing. But if we are, to be able to get it approved, make the payment, get the subcontractors paid so that the project keeps going on. So the delay in the next meeting kind of drove some of this too.
And I can appreciate that, and I don't think anyone's doing anything wrong here, but I feel the need to be consistent in this way, as I have been on past votes that have come forward this way. And I appreciate that part of what's pressing this timeline is the decision to cancel next week's meeting, but I was planning on making a point to phone in to be here, and, I appreciate that, but I nonetheless remain firm in my stance. Thanks.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, please note, Sarah, that Commissioner Hu is opposed. Thank you. And as noted earlier, we've amended the agenda to add an item regarding the North Avenue Corridor Raise Grant Preliminary Engineering and Design Services Contract Award. I'll note for the public that we, with much fanfare, received a nearly $25 million raise grant from the federal government for reimagining North Avenue. While that's very exciting, it also comes with some stipulations around completion of the project in substantive terms. And so we have been advancing this project and concerned that we not run out the clock. And while the clock doesn't run out until 2026, every day counts, really, with something as complex as this project, where we're replacing a major bridge, adding bus stop improvements, and adding a multi-use path along North Avenue so that it'll ultimately reach North Athens. So staff has very hurriedly, given the calendar that we've discussed prior to tonight, managed to develop the agenda report for our preliminary engineering and design services contract so that we can move this forward rapidly in conjunction with both our state and our federal partners. So I'd entertain a motion regarding this item.
So moved.
I second it.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Taylor and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Taylor, any further input?
I ride on that bridge every day, and when I told my dad today, he was like, "What? We're gonna get a new bridge, so this is great."
Commissioner Thornton.
I would like, I have a picture that one of my constituents sent to me, and there's a gentleman in a wheelchair riding on the side of that bridge. This is really imperative. I knew working with the federal government was very complicated, but if this gets us one step closer to getting the funding to fix that corridor, we should not hesitate.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Fisher.
You mentioned something about, so we have to spend this money by 2026. Is that?
I believe that's correct. I can't remember the exact date, 2026, but I know
Yes.
sometime that calendar year.
Yes.
So with that said,
Mayor,
Commissioner Fisher is speaking, but I'll get to you in a second, Commissioner Thornton.
okay.
so I guess I'm a little nervous when I will be able to complete the project in that time, so.
No,
Yeah,
there's a definite concern about that,
Yeah.
and the Federal Highways Administration has signaled that they will not be granting a contract extension. But we are meeting every timeline we can. It's going to be extremely tight, and we're hopeful that they will grant an extension if we get sufficient enough momentum. Tonight, the $3 million engineering you're awarding is being paid for with federal funds, so it's not, won't be committing local taxpayer dollars.
Just knowing how bridges are, and, been in this business, you
Sure.
sort of understand, that's a tight timeline.
And it certainly can be the case, and I believe the federal language indicates that if we've hired the contractor and we've expended the funds, they understand that the physical work may take a little bit longer, but we have to have got them on the hook and cut that check. So.
Well, and just to be clear, we don't have to be finished by then, we just have to start construction by then, but that's still tight.
Wait, right, so.
We have to start construction.
But the funding though, the funding has to be on the street.
Obligated.
Okay. We'll be fine. Okay.
And just so everybody in the room, the public knows, and this is in the agenda report, GDOT is simultaneously working on reconfiguration of that loop interchange. So part of this is coordinating with that planned activity. All right, so, go ahead, Commissioner.
And I guess we need to make it clear, with all the regulations, there are going to be other things they're going to be asking us for to get done by a certain time to meet this deadline. So there may be other times that it may be a short turnaround. And I'm going to ask Manager Williams to collaborate what I'm saying, because I think this is how I understood it. There are things they're asking us that we have to get done for the funding. So there may be other, like, turnaround time, quick turnaround. Am I correct, Manager Williams?
Yes, you are.
Do you want to explain that to folks, what the kind of, like you kind of told me?
Well, there's a lot of back and forth that goes on between the state and the federal government with one of these big federal grants, and we're learning. And we are trying to keep pace with them. It depends on how their review times are, and that's one reason why we're here today. We were able to get pretty good feedback from GDOT. I also want to say we've made some inroads with the railroad as well, which usually takes a lot of time. So there's going to be this back and forth, as Commissioner Thornton mentioned, but we're not going to let a day drop on our side, and we're going to try and be professional and push our federal partners to get it back to us so we can get this thing moving. That we have to have it constructed, Commissioner Fisher, by 2031.
2031?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner Thornton?
Oh, it was a statement. Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? All right, just as we wrap up the evening, anything, Manager Williams?
No report, sir.
Any report, Attorney Drake?
I appreciate the mayor and commission reappointing me. Thank you.
Glad to have both of you here.
I didn't appreciate it. No. Good one, Judge. I'm sorry, y'all. I guess I'm zoned out.
No, it's the punchy time of the evening.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to ask for public input for the agenda?
Opportunity for public input on any item not on the agenda. Good evening.
Hello again. My name is Dylan Woolsey, and it seems, as I think Commissioner Houle was saying, that one of the differences between the budgets is that the whole budget has funding for more prisoner meals, while the HAMI budget does not. And it seems as since the HAMI budget was the one that has passed, I just hope in the coming months, while the commission's on recess, hopefully to introduce in either August or September funding for prisoner meals. And I think that having prisoners and guards and whoever's working in the prison eat the same meal is very good in terms of rehabilitation and preventing conflict between and preventing an adversarial relationship between prisoners and the staff working there. So I hope that is funding that does occur, despite that not being included in the current budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate it. All right, just a couple of notes for the public. As referenced in the meeting earlier tonight, we do have a retreat planned for the mayor and commission for 2 days at Amicalola Falls on August the 17th and 18th. So I just want to signal that early. Those are open meetings, as all of ours are, and I think it'll be a much needed time to do some deep dives into some work, not only about roles and responsibilities, but our strategic plan development. I also just want to note, by way of observation, as we're about to take a 6-week hiatus, I've had an opportunity to spend some significant time with very different components of our community lately. Particularly, I spent 2 days over at Clark Central with largely 4th and 5th graders on Saturday and Sunday, and then just took an extended walk through the community yesterday and just ran into a lot of residents, including some retired folks. And it never fails to amaze me just what giving and mutually supportive people we have in Athens. And you can read about challenges that certainly this community has and communities across this country, But as we come to the end of this fiscal year, I'm reflecting on the great wonder and joy that is life in Athens, and I'm glad I get to share it with all of you. So I just want to end this fiscal year with that. I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Davenport, and we'll move around to Commissioner Hamby, who will make a motion to adjourn.
All right, well, hopefully everyone had a wonderful time at the second annual Pride this Saturday. Congratulations to the Athens Area Black History Bowl for their 10th anniversary. Our beloved Linda Lloyd will be retiring on the 24th and moving down back home. So hopefully we as a body, before we all do our hiatus, give her thanks for all her hard work that she's done in the community with voter rights, worker education and worker rights. And I did have my hand raised during the Title 25, but I'll discuss that later. It's all right?
Apologies.
It's late. I just want to wish everyone a happy summer and stay safe out there, y'all.
I will say that you guys are as crazy as my biological family, so I feel right at home with all of you. Enjoy summer. Thank you. Enjoy being with you, too. It's too late to comment, so I'll pass.
Just learn a lot. I want to thank my colleagues for teaching me some lessons on different things, how we do business here, and I appreciate you, Mayor, for sitting down and talking to me and riding me through my district. I really appreciate that. Want to remind everybody, we got the Hot Corner Festival this Saturday. Hopefully everybody can come out. Then the following Saturday, we got Juneteenth in my district at Roland Ridge from 5 to 9. So hopefully, if you're in town, please come over. I'm really looking forward to going to that community and having a good time. So everybody have a great summer. I may go on another cruise, so who knows?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to give a big shout out to the Athens Pride and Queer Collective for the great work they've done organizing the second Pride Parade in a row. It was really great to be out there. I regret that I'll be out of town for a wedding, so I'll miss the raising of the Juneteenth flag, but I'm really excited for the really wonderful things that this community has done and will continue to do this year for Juneteenth as well. And then, just a note about the retreat, which I'm looking forward to. I hope that retreat will include some discussion around the appropriate use of abstentions, especially when considering commitments that we've made to each other with the civility pledge and otherwise. That's a procedural move that I think should be used only out of necessity and not to manipulate outcomes as it has been used tonight and other nights. Thank you.
I want to say congratulations to the reappointment for the charter officers and to our new municipal court judge. And thanks to staff for y'all's endless and tireless work on this budget, and the fellow commissioners for the hard work that y'all put in to coming up with these CDOs, and have a great summer.
Yeah, I'll follow up and say I also would like us to really think about how we use abstentions as well. And I will look into it myself and think about it. But I want to end on a more positive note. I think many of us were at the Pride Parade last week, and we may have, I think we ended up getting a lot in this budget that we all agree on, and that's fabulous. That's wonderful. The Pride Parade made me so proud to be part of Athens, to be so welcoming, and to see so many young people and older people coming from all different communities here. June is such a wonderful month in Athens with the Hot Corner Festival on this Saturday, the Juneteenth celebration at Rolling Ridge, and we have forgotten the music festival, AthFest, and I hope to be at as many of those events as possible, because before I go out of town for a little bit, they really emphasize to me the beautiful, wonderful things in Athens that I'm glad to be part of.
Commissioner Thornton?
She's gone to bed.
It's time to Charles.
Commissioner Hamby.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And just to clarify, I'm not crazy.
But Judd, I want to thank you and appreciate the work you've done and look forward to working with you over the next 2 years. I guess with that, I'm sorry. Blaine, I know I sometimes go above and beyond of trying to question Blaine, but I do appreciate the work people do. And I think we all have a role of checks and balances. And I think everybody, it's even us checking and balance with the mayor, checking and balance with staff. It's a way that government should function. And maybe I shouldn't be so crazy about it sometimes. So, but at any rate, motion to adjourn.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right. Bid you farewell.